It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, November 8th, 2021. Hello again, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Nothing quite like a post-pay-per-view Monday, right? I mean, the post-pay-per-view Monday shows are always the best. And when you have a pay-per-view like the one we had on Saturday night in New York City, the Mecca, the world's most famous arena, we're not going to talk about the Knicks this time because I've ruined everything since last week. A little pep in your step on a Monday after a pay-per-view like that, right? I mean, amazing stuff. The main event was great. Kamaru Usman still is the welterweight champion of the UFC and is inching closer to making history on multiple fronts. Rose Namajunas is still the strawweight champion of the UFC. Great win over Zhang Weili, a close, hotly contested win over Zhang Weili. Michael Chandler and Justin Gaethje engaged in one of the all-time great fights in the history of this sport, in the history of MSG. Maybe the best MMA fight to ever happen in MSG, and one of the all-time great fights, period, to ever happen at MSG. And that's obviously high praise considering the fact that MSG has been around for almost a century at this point. And you think of the great boxing matches, but that was special stuff. 15 minutes of just absolute insanity. You had 3 great debuts on the card. You had great finishes. There was a stretch of, I think, 6 finishes. I mean, it was something for everyone on Saturday. And today on the program, we're going to talk about that and a hell of a lot more. We got a lot to get to. We got 2 in-studio guests. I am buzzing. Post-pay-per-view Monday? Come on. Come on. How lucky are we? Before we get to all of that, and then some, a reminder that today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings. Yes, DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the Ultimate Fighting Championship and the MMA Hour. I wonder why we don't say the MMA Hour. I mean, isn't that more prestigious? The official sports betting partner of the UFC and the MMA Hour. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today, and please use the code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. So today on the program, wow, what a show, what a show. 4:30 or so, we're going to check in with GC. Bit of a tough weekend for our guy. You know, this is the game. This is the game. This is what he signed up for. There's going to be good weekends. There's going to be bad weekends. I'm not sure if this is a bad weekend per se, but it was a tough one. I think it's fair to say a tough one for GC. We'll check in and see how his weekend went. There was Bellator, and he, ordinarily crushes it, Bellator Burks, but we'll see how he did with Bellator and the UFC. 4 o'clock, we'll be joined by the reigning defending UFC strawweight champion, the one and only Thug Rose Namajunas. What a fight, what a performance. Again, no respect from the odds makers. No love for Thug Rose for whatever reason. She beats Zhang Weili back in April. She comes back as the slight underdog, but she wins again. Close fight. Some people thought Zhang was robbed. I don't think that's the case. I had it 48-47. I do think 49-46 is a bit of a stretch. But in the end, Rose moves on. Hopefully, it's Carla Esparza in the rematch next. 3:30, we're going to talk to someone who wasn't a part of 268, but who is very much a part of this weekend's card, Max Blessed Holloway. Always special when you get to talk to Max Blessed Holloway. He returns to action this Saturday, main event, ESPN Plus, 7 p.m. or so. Main card starts at 4 p.m. at the Apex in Las Vegas. It's Max Blessed Holloway versus Yair Rodriguez, we haven't seen in 2 years. Interesting fight, big fight for 145. One presumes if Max wins, he punches his ticket. And maybe if Yair wins, he punches his ticket as well. So we'll talk to Max at 3:30. Looking forward to that. At 2:45, we're going to talk to one of the big winners from this past Saturday, Marlon Cheeto Vera, one of my favorite guys in the game. You know that. His last appearance was great. He'll be in studio to talk about the big win over Frankie Edgar this past Saturday. The front kick to the face. It was shades of Anderson Silva versus Vitor Belfort back at UFC 126. It was shades of Lyoto Machida versus Randy Couture back at UFC 129. This time, it's at the Mecca, and boom, right down Broadway, kick to the face. The picture that we posted on the MMA Fighting Instagram. Very gruesome, hard to watch, but, this is the way these things go. Now, we'll also be joined in studio by Ian Garry, who had the phenomenal win in his debut as well. A lot of talk about Ian Garry, 23 years young, making his debut. All the talk about the connections to Conor McGregor, the Irish, what happened with Conor at MSG 205, 2016. Could he live up to the hype? Was he going to do it quicker than Conor's debut? In the end, he didn't. In the end, in fact, it got a little dicey there at the beginning. He was getting rocked by Jordan Williams, weathers the storm, finishes him with just 1 second remaining in the first round. Ian Garry, now he's on his way, and he told us last Wednesday he'd be back on Monday. He's a man of his word. He'll be back today in studio to talk about the debut and, of course, where he goes from here. Another great story from this past Saturday, Chris Barnett, Beast Boy, the fight against John Vellante and Vellante's retirement fight. Two big boys going toe-to-toe. He wins via spinning heel kick to the face. Amazing stuff. And then I don't know what was better. Was it the kick or was it the celebration? Or was it the entrance? I mean, this guy, you just want to hug him. He is just a ball of energy, a ball of laughs, a ball of good times. And he'll be making his debut on the program. He's been in this game for quite some time, since 2009. He's been in this game for as long as we've been doing this show, 2009. But he makes his debut today. He did not debut Saturday. That wasn't his UFC debut, but it was his first win in the UFC. His debut was earlier this year against Ben Rothwell. We did have three great debuts. Chris Curtis with an amazing win, a very inspiring win, a very emotional win. Alex Pereira with the incredible flying knee win, and Ian Garry as well. So like I said, really something for everyone. So much to talk about, so much to digest. Bellator was fantastic on Friday as well. We could get into that if y'all want. I mean, the walkouts, the Peter Queally walkout, yes, he lost, but the walkout, I mean, I think that might be the walkout of the year right now with 2 months to go. The James Gallagher walkout was great. He lost. So a tough Friday for the Irish, a great Saturday. They return with another big fight this Friday. Sinead Kavanagh going up against Chris Cyborg, and also the Max Holloway event on Saturday. So, I mean, this sport. I mean, you could, listen, you could keep your NFL. You could, especially after what the Bills did yesterday, you can keep your NFL. You could keep your basketball. You could keep your football. Give me this. Give me some cage fighting. Now, a lot of people in the chat asking me what's up with the bobbleheads. I mean, you see it right there. This is from last week. We have not touched the studio since last week. You see, Daniel Cormier, once, my very good friend, co-worker, co-host. You see him right here. He's also over there. I haven't touched anything because I wanted to remind myself of the feelings, of the emotions that I had last week. And I wanted to see if I felt better, if I changed my stance. There was a lot of emotion, a lot going on. As you can see, the picture, I turned it around. I was just feeling a lot of things. I was in my feelings. I had the thing with Pat McAfee. I mean, that was great. Thank you to everyone who watched on Friday, coming off the Aaron Rodgers interview. I mean, UPS driver, you remember all what happened. And so, I just wanted to see it again. I wanted to digest it. I wanted to feel it again. And I'm one. Listen, I have no regrets, no apologies. I did what I did. I said what I said. But I did walk in here and I felt a certain way about it. We had some great memories, some great times, and there was a part of me that felt, a little funny about it all. And so, without further ado, would like to turn the picture back. Let's go back to normal, clean slate. People's schedules are busy. I get it. I understand. A lot going on. You got the Nets game, the chicken tenders. You got the appearances, the DraftKings. We're DraftKings, whatever. I get it. I understand. Okay, so Mulligan. All good. We'll flip this and then we'll go back to, regularly scheduled programming. So thank you very much. I feel like this is apropos. Thank you, Frank. We had the reveal. We had the immortalization of Virna Jandiroba. I feel like it's only right to go back. We've been through so much, such great friends, the highs, the lows, but we've always had each other back, and that will not change. And so without further ado, everyone, I'm just going to turn this around and we'll go back to normal, okay? Here it is. Kablam! There it is! Patrick McAfee, now immortalized on the wall. You never disrespect Helwani in his hometown, his adopted hometown. You say you want to come hang, you come hang. You say you want to visit, you come visit. And you know who was there when I needed him most? It was that man, Patrick McAfee, there with a shoulder to cry on. Cut the music, Frankie. Cut the music. I'm cutting a promo here. This man was there when I needed him in a time of need. And not only that, he put me after Aaron Rodgers on Friday, one of the biggest spots of my career. And I gave America a bit of a palate cleanse, if you will. I gave them something to laugh about after that atrocity of an interview. And so here we are, Patrick and I, immortalized forever. And I hope that sound you hear all the way across the country, the nation, in Gilroy, California, a fantastic little town, by the way, the garlic capital of the world. I hope that sound you hear is Daniel Cormier weeping. DC, get your shit together. I'm waiting for you. Come apologize, or it's me and Patrick riding 2 tandems into the night. That's right. Yeah.
It is a little crooked, though.
Come on, Frankie. Why can't I do this? Oh, there we go. All right. There he is, Patrick McAfee, who made a very nice donation to the charity that Rose is a part of, the Earthship School charity. Made them hit their goal, 20,000. And so look, bygones be bygones. Bygones be bygones. You don't come say hello. You hug everyone. You hug the people that talk bad about you, and you won't even hug me. You won't even shake my hand. You won't even go out for sushi for a sandwich. None of it. Should be ashamed. And let's be clear. I'm not the bad guy here. I'm the one in his feelings. I'm the hurt one. I'm the one who's been wrong. I'm the victim. Victim Helwani. You heard it. Victim Helwani. Patrick would never treat me like that. Never. I don't know what I'm going to do about the toys. But enough of all of that. Without further ado.
And now it's time to open up your ears and your minds.
That's right.
MMA fans,
this man knows. This man knows. This man knows.
Rick's picks are lots of fun, and his hair is in a bun, because it's, you already know what it is. Rick's picks.
This man knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the moment you've all been waiting for.
He knows what it's like to be loyal to Helwani. There is no one who is as loyal as me in this game. And when you're on my good side, I will go to war for you. I will sit in that foxhole and take all the bullets. He can confirm it. This man can confirm it. Can you confirm or deny, Mr. York Ric, that there is no one more loyal in this game than Helwani?
Confirmed.
Yes.
And I just want to say how disappointed I am in Daniel Cormier.
Thank you. Thank you.
As a mutual acquaintance as well, as somebody who worked with both of you for a long time, Daniel, you need to make amends here. You need to carve out time and make this right with Ariel Helwani.
Hat in hand. What are we done here?
What are we doing here?
DC, you done messed up. And so, as you said to John Jones back at UFC 187, by the way, a promo crafted by me, you got that?
Yeah, I got that.
DC, get your shit together. We're waiting for you. All right? We're waiting for you. Now, UFC 268, enough of all that. UFC 268 was Saturday night, Madison Square Garden, in a very rare role of reversal. Reversal of role or role of reversal? Role reversal.
Yeah.
I'm a little flustered here, okay? Historically, in our 9 years of doing the show together, I was always the guy on the road coming back, telling you about the events. Now you're the guy on the road telling me about the events when they're 45 minutes from my house. I was not at Madison Square Garden. This man was. By the way, first time this is kind of weird. We haven't really addressed this.
Yeah, in the box.
In the box, first time.
My as far as going on the road, how the turntables, as they say, and as far as being in the box, it's nice.
What's it like?
It was nice to be in studio there, but this is where I have been for many years, and it's nice to be back. I like being in the box.
In studios only when we leave.
Yeah.
Or when you come back. Yeah.
So whenever 5 years from now, we'll do it one more time. We'll just flip it around again, and just come back.
What are you trying to say? We're leaving in 5 years?
That was as I was saying it out, I was like, maybe don't say it. But
I'm going to get a call here from HR. So, okay, you were there, UFC 268, Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
What was the scene like? Paint the picture.
Yeah, it was electric. I've been to many fights around various parts of the country, as have you. As you know, they don't often fill up super early. Sometimes it's a delayed arrival. People start showing up around the main card. That place was getting packed from the beginning. I think it speaks to kind of the strength of the card that we were thinking of. And by the time Michael Chandler made his walkout, I think the roof was ready to come off.
It was an incredible fight.
It was insane.
By the way, I know they did it for Trevor Whitman. I kind of liked opening the pay-per-view with that fight.
Yeah, I think in the post-fight press conference, Dana White was asked about that. Said, "Hey, this seemed to be successful. Do you think you'll do it again?" And he seemed to poo-poo that. Okay. I get it. You want that fight to be higher on the card just out of a prestige perspective. But it definitely worked in the arena. The other problem with that is when you do that, actually, this is the perfect example. On Saturday, you have an amazing fight like that. The next fight, Burgos and Billy Q, was an amazing fight. Was a fantastic fight. In any other circumstance, gets the crowd on their feet and they're losing their minds. But because it was following what might be the fight of the year, one of the best fights of the decade, it kind of brings it down somehow, even though that fight was next level. Yeah,
it reminded me, I made the comparison to WrestleMania 18, Toronto. I was there at the Rogers Center, middle of the card, The Rock, Hogan, and then the rest of the card, we were all in a daze, and I hardly remember anything. I had Triple H against Chris Jericho, but no one really cared by the time those guys were in the main event. So it kind of reminded me of that. We needed those two fights, like Billy Quarantillo versus Shane Burgos, great fight. Even to a degree, the beginning, I feel like, of Marlon Vera, Frankie Edgar, people were still in a daze, but then co-main and main, everyone was buzzing again. Main event, did you score it for Kamaru Usman? I did. Did you?
On my first watch, I have to admit, I think I scored it for Colby.
Wow.
And now again, I was in the arena, which is a little bit different, and then I was watching it and didn't have the benefit of serenity and peace and quiet and comfort. I had round one for Colby. I just didn't feel like Kamaru did a lot in that round, and I could be crazy. Again, I'm fully admitting I haven't watched this again very closely. And I had 4 and 5 for Colby. I was surprised that Colby didn't win. I think it was 4 on any of the cards because I remember thinking he had it. That might have been the round where Kamaru had some ground control time. But again, I was kind of looking at whether he was doing damage there. I had it for Colby, but if it was pride scoring, I certainly think Kamaru was the one who was in control of that fight and won that fight. I'm fully opening myself up to criticism here.
Yeah, I had it 1, 2, and 5 for Kamaru Usman, 3 and 4 for Colby Covington. A close fight, probably not as good as the first one, but still a fun one. But again, no controversy in my opinion. I thought Kamaru did enough to win that fight, and now that's 15 in a row now. Now he's one shy away from Anderson Silva's record of 16 in a row, which is pretty incredible. Yeah. And I've been very loud about the fact that, a couple of defenses ago, and this was his 5th in a row, I was like, come on with this GSP stuff. I'm not ready to say he's better than GSP, but I am ready to say it's fair to have the conversation. Now, the difference between GSP and Kamaru Usman is GSP got the title fights earlier in his run. No fault of Usman's, but he had to work to get to the title fight. So despite the fact that his overall winning streak is longer, at this juncture, it's 5 defenses to 9 for GSP. And I think that has to count for something because of the spotlight, because of the stage, because of the stakes. That being said, when you look at the actual run in the UFC compared to, I'm not saying he's better. I don't think it's fair to GSP yet. I feel like it's a little bit of, being a victim of the moment. And also, I don't put much stock into Dana saying it because he should say that. He's the promoter. He's trying to promote this guy. There's no money to be made off of GSP anymore. That being said, from a historical standpoint, and I'm not being biased because he's from Montreal, whatever. I'm just saying it's fair to have the conversation. I don't think he's surpassed him yet. What do you think?
I agree with that assessment. I think if somebody believes he is better and makes that case, I think it's arguable. I wouldn't judge that. I also think there's a difference, and people tend to conflate these two things. There's a difference between who would win a fight between the two and whose resume is greater, right? I think you're speaking to the resume, right? You're saying essentially GSP's resume is better than Kamaru's based on length of time, number of title defenses, which I think is a completely fair assessment.
I will say, though, if you actually compare strength of schedule, Usman's is pretty damn close. There was a stretch there where GSP wasn't fighting. He was a victim of the division, right? Of the quality of the division. But Usman's strength of schedule is just
I would put his best wins up against GSP's best wins. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But you're right that the title defenses matter. If you ask me in their primes who I would take in a fight, that becomes an interesting conversation. That to me, I think is a very interesting conversation.
Great point. I think GSP in his prime was a more well-rounded fighter than Kamaru Usman is right now. I also think Usman, which is amazing. Like, think about where Anderson was on the 15th, 16th victory. I feel like he's just scratched the surface.
Absolutely.
That's the crazy part about this.
Yeah, we are just getting the beginning of the best of Kamaru Usman, in my opinion. And even in a fight where, Colby Covington was competitive, and this wasn't Kamaru's best performance, he still looked pretty damn good. So yeah, I think we're just getting to see the best of Kamaru, and obviously improved striking from the first match.
Huge. And what a night for Trevor Whitman, having those three fighters in those three massive spots all win: Justin Gaethje, Rose Namajunas, and Kamaru Usman. I love everything about what Usman is doing. He's really come into his own. I think his personality has come into its own. I think he's becoming a draw. As I said on Saturday, I think ESPN has done a great job of promoting him and getting people to know who he is. I wish he would drop the Canelo thing, man. The Canelo thing. Like, there's fights out. First of all, there's the Leon rematch of a fight that happened in 2015, a totally different set of circumstances back then to now. There's Khamzat coming up. There's Vicente Luque coming up. I wish he would drop that. The Canelo thing, Canelo hasn't even, sneezed in his direction. It feels thirsty. You're the man. You're the pound-for-pound king of MMA. Stick to this sport. If anything, talk about maybe super fight here or there if you want, but there's enough going on for you at 170 to where you don't have to go in that direction. We know why. It's the money, and I don't begrudge him for it, but I just wish he would drop that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. There was a time where we would have told Conor McGregor to drop it, and he made it happen. He actually manifested it and made it happen with Floyd Mayweather.
But they were flirting. Canelo doesn't even mention him.
Look, if there was smoke to the fire, right?
Yeah.
If tomorrow Kamaru Usman decided to call Canelo's people and say, "Hey, I do want to make this happen," I think Canelo would take that call. I think Eddie Hearn, would listen to that call.
You were at 268. I was watching both at the same time. Canelo is freaking amazing.
Oh,
he is incredible.
There's two different things here. If you're asking me, can Kamaru Usman box Canelo Alvarez? The answer is unequivocally, absolutely not. Not in his wildest imagination. That is not possible. But if you're asking me, could the fight happen? Could it be made under whatever rule set? Yeah, I do think it's possible. I don't think that it's in the works. Again, Canelo would probably be tipping his hat a little bit more or tipping his hand a little bit more if he wanted this to happen. But I don't think it's out of line for Kamaru to think that way, and I don't think it dings his stock as the man in the UFC, because you better come beat him if you think that's the case. If you think he's not the man and he's in a weakened position, or if he has his eye somewhere else, come beat him, because I don't see anybody at 170 doing that.
If they were good question. First of all, if they were flirting, I'd like it more. It just seems a little bit much. Khamzat, Luque, or Edwards, too. Who has a better chance of dethroning him?
Yeah, that's tough. I would say probably Khamzat.
That's interesting, because we haven't seen his striking all that much. I know he knocked out Gerald Meerschaert, but most of it is wrestling. Is he going to out-wrestle Kamaru? No. Really? Damn.
I don't know.
Okay, wow. This man has never been taken down. I think Colby's claiming a takedown, right?
Yeah, it looked like a takedown to me. It looked like Colby took him down. And I'll say this, the best moments for Colby were when he was creating scrambles, when he was creating chaos, when he was getting in on takedowns. Now, he wasn't completing all of them, but those are the best moments for Colby. On the break, he's coming up, he's landing some punches in the clinch. Open space boxing with Kamaru Usman is a losing proposition for him. I don't think Luque necessarily has the game to make him pay there as much as I would like to see. Can Kamaru Usman keep Khamzat Chimaev off him? I think the answer of who deserves it is very, very obviously Leon Edwards. I think that is... I think he deserves it 2 fights ago. Should he beat Jorge Masvidal? I think we need to see that. I think the answer is we need to see that fight because Leon deserves it, and I wouldn't be mad at seeing that. I think those are all three...
There's options. They're good
challenges
fights
that I would like to see Kamaru Usman take. Absolutely.
There's still options for him. Now,
Khamzat mega early, but at the same time, with what he's showing, it's hard to
eventually.
deny.
I mean, there's no doubt this time next year, Khamzat, if he continues on this trajectory, he's either there or about to be there. Now, close fight, I think you can even make a case, by the way, for a 10-8 second round.
Absolutely.
In the Colby fight, in the Colby Usman fight. Co-main was super close. It was impossible to know how that was going to be scored. And I'm sitting there saying, there was that great moment going into the 5th where Pat Barry's yelling at Rose, like, be professional, 5 more minutes. And I'm like, man, Rose Namajunas, Zhang Wei Li, Colby Covington, Kamaru Usman deserve to know where they stand going into this last round. Open scoring. It's time.
Interesting.
It's time for open. Imagine just once in the fight. It doesn't have to be after every round. Just once in the fight. In the seconds leading into the final round. It's like maybe it's a thing where it's like if you make it to the 5th and final, you get to know. And the scores get flashed in front of the crowd on the screen, right? On the big screen. And we know it's, I can't do the math, 47-46 going into the 5th, right? How is that a bad thing? How is that bad for anyone involved? The viewers, the fighters, the coaches, the promotion. How is that bad?
I can answer how for the viewers, and most proponents or most people who are anti-open scoring would argue that it kills drama potentially if there is.
What are you talking about? We watch basketball. We watch football. Like, we know the score. There's still a ton of drama.
Same.
What are you
not
talking about? That's crazy.
Not
Don't you? If you know that Zhang is actually down, do you want to know if she goes for broke? Maybe she puts it into an extra gear.
Or maybe she says, let me protect my health and safety and just gets out of the fight.
If she's losing?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Comfortably
get out of the fight. She's trying to win the belt.
Yeah, or
the one who's winning?
Herself, or both.
You can't.
I think there's an argument to be made that both could theoretically be affected.
You mean like a college basketball team going, 4 corners and just passing the ball around? And,
yeah, putting in the performance that protects yourself and doesn't necessarily risk too much.
And does basketball or football get damaged from that? No.
I think it's different. I think, first of all, I think when we make this comparison, and I don't know where I stand, just transparently, I don't know if I'm for open scoring against, because I understand the argument for both, and I kind of haven't sussed that out in my own head. Fighting is not basketball. First of all, this is an entertainment product more than it's a mainstream sports product.
It's just 5 minutes.
The entirety of this is built on entertainment, fight promotion. It's not the same. You don't have the schedule. You don't show up and play the Knicks on Tuesday. It's not that. So this is a completely different environment. Drama is essential to it.
The PFL would say otherwise.
Well, there you go. You're right. Oversight, but yes, correct. And look, in PFL, when we think about some of these playoff matchups and think about some of this, there is a removal of drama in certain scenarios.
You're crazy. By the way, you've upset Shaheen Al-Shadi very much. He's writing me furiously.
He wants the open scoring?
He takes umbrage, as do I, with the notion that the losing fighter would coast. Why the hell would the losing fighter coast?
No. Well, they're not coasting, quote unquote, because they are not in position to coast.
You're going for broke.
But maybe, how often do we see that?
Because they don't know where they stand. So in their mind, they have cornermen telling you, you're up 2 rounds to 1 or whatever, 3 rounds to 1.
Listen, I certainly believe, and more often than not, the argument is that the winner would coast, right? If you're up, that you would coast through the rest of the fight. This is a dangerous sport. Not a lot of men and women are the ones who in the final round of a fight that they may think they're losing are walking out there with reckless abandon and trying to end it. It just doesn't happen that much. There are some. It just does not happen that much. I think you would see it even less. I think you would see less of that.
I'm so happy you said this, because this means we're back. This is up there with the Ronda Rousey comeback.
No, stop
this
it.
This is a hipster.
Not even close.
This is shows the ponytail. How's it looking, Chico? I mean, it is prime Scott Hall circa 1997. The beard, everything. I mean, you are straight out of Miami. You are next week. Just show up with a toothpick. Unfortunately,
shout out to Game Bread.
That's right. We got to go to Huggy Bear. Why do you change his name from Huggy Bear to Beast Boy? I don't like that.
I think he goes by both. I think he interchanges them. I think he goes by both. But ask him about it.
Okay, wait. Last question. One word. Who had the best debut? Ian Garry, Curtis, Pereira.
Ian Garry.
Interesting.
You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole package, the promo, the this, the that.
Yeah. He nailed every part of it.
I'm going to tell him that you said Pereira when he comes in.
Yeah. Do it.
All right. Thank you very much. Matter of seconds. There he is, New York Ric. We're back. I mean, a hipster pick right there. The guy says it himself. The losing fighter is going to coast. Did you hear that? Can you clip that off? Whoever's running the MMA fighting social channels, can you clip that off for us? The losing fighter is going to coast. We're back. I mean, there it is. Ronda Rousey, comeback fighter of the year. We're back, baby. But yeah, Ian Garry had a great debut. The promo was fantastic. The takeover part 2. He nailed it. And I feel like he took his time there for a second. He did not want to stumble on that one. And then you get by the way, I love the Conor voice notes. Feels personal. Feels like we're allowed to listen to a personal conversation, one that could have easily been sent on WhatsApp, like a voice note, And I like the accent. The accent's a little more regional, I feel like, bro. I like it. Pereira's finish was incredible. Gary's finish was shades of, I think it was Conor's last Cage Warriors fight. Also, a little bit like the Eddie Alvarez finish in, although the fight was completely different, at Madison Square Garden. Curtis as well. What a comeback for him. That was incredible. He's getting roughed up by Phil Hawes. And an amazing story, a guy who retired twice. Actually retired in the middle of a PFL card 2 years ago, 2019. Mark Ramundi wrote a great feature on this. It was the one-night tournament, quarter semi going into the final. He retires. He goes to the buffet. He's eating chicken and waffles. Ray Sefo comes up to him and says, hey, Magomed Karimov can't continue. Can you fight Ray Cooper in like an hour? He says, sure. But he, at this point, had retired already. And says, sure, let me put down the chicken and waffles and let me fight Ray Cooper. Now, it didn't go his way. Then afterwards, he retired again. So really cool to see him finally get an opportunity. I mean, two guys, Chris Curtis and Chris Barnett, two guys who have put in the time, who have put in the work, who have paid their dues. Great to see them both get big wins in the UFC for the first time. And if you didn't see the Chris Barnett walkout, it was really something special. He's walking out to the cage, dancing, all fired up. I was worried he was going to tire himself out. He didn't. And then just an incredible win, an incredible KO win over John Vellante. What is Joe saying here? Bad service. What's that mean? Bad connection? Can you not see him? Actually, his manager, you probably should have sent this before. I don't know if you want to do, for some reason they sent me initially his.
He's almost ready.
He's almost ready?
Yes, sir.
I don't need to worry about this?
No, you don't.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I was getting all worried. Thank you. Serious Frank. I mean, and I feel like the luck of Patrick McAfee is shining down on us. I mean, look at that. It's just perfect, right? It's just perfect right there. God bless America, land that I love. This is great. Danny Bedner. That was a nice hug from the past. That was a nice hug from the past to have you two going at it. Ronda comeback. Hashtag. From Jessica, drive to New York, see one of the best UFC cards ever, get tattooed, get New York bagels, stop and see the Statue of Liberty, drive home with my adopted doggo, listening to Ariel Helwani and York Ric. Life is truly beautiful. We're back, baby. We are back. 2 in-studio guests today, checking in with GC later in the bets. I mean, Doug Rose. Maybe she'll be wearing her new Thug Nose shirt, Max Bless. But first, let's go to the man that everyone was buzzing about, man who made it to the ESPN Sports Center top 10 on Saturday night. The man who knocked out John Vellante in John Vellante's retirement fight, but no one seemed to mind because we got to see Beast Boy Chris Barnett dance to the cage, dance in the cage, dance out of the cage, the flip. I don't know what was more impressive, the walkout, the knockout, or the actual celebration. For the first time, let's say hello to Chris Barnett with that big smile. How are you, sir? Nice to meet you.
What's up, baby? I finally made it.
You made it.
Whoa.
You made. This is bigger than fighting at MSG and getting a knockout, just for the record.
Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Now, Chris, when we were texting yesterday, and I didn't want to ask you over the text, but you said to me, I told you in Texas I would make it to your show. Can I just, I'm going to be on, I'm a straight shooter, Chris. I don't know what you were talking about. Did you tell me in Texas? When? Yeah.
You made me feel like you actually remembered the way you texted me back. I was like, oh, he actually remembered.
No, I just said, I didn't want to make you feel bad.
It was 2015. Alistair was fighting Roy Nelson.
Okay.
And we were in whatever that big hotel was. You had walked by and you saw me in my Huggy Bear outfit. And you were like, hey, I've heard of you, and then Alistair had actually talked about me in the interview, talking about, we brought in Chris Barnett. He came through. He threw a couple of overhand rights, and we made sure things were going to go right. And there, I saw you in the hotel lobby, and I was like, hey, man, one day you're going to interview me. And then, boom, here we are. So, yeah, 2015, I told you, I was like, hey, I'm going to be on your show. And you were like, yeah, okay, and just kind of kept it moving. But
no,
wow, here we are.
Was I rude? I wasn't rude. I'm not a rude guy.
No. You weren't rude at all. You were just kind of like, here goes another one. I'm sure you get every MMA fighter coming up to you, be like, yo, I'm gonna be on your show. So you did what you did. You didn't discourage me at all.
Okay.
You pushed me. You pushed me.
Yeah,
to this
that's
point,
right.
sir.
That's right. Here we go. In 6 years, I was just waiting for you to fight at MSG and get a knockout like that, and then we would be good to go.
That was it. That was clearly. That was it. Thank you. You caused all of this.
By the way, you mentioned Huggy. Can I just say I like Huggy Bear better than Beast Boy. Why did we make the switch?
Yo, trust me. It's slowly, like, a lot of people are like, yo, where's the bear suit? And I'm like, I don't know if Dana likes bear suits, y'all, but it's slowly, making its way back in like a symbiote suit. It's slowly grasping me again because of what I'm giving off, man, and like between the UFC staff and then now the people out there, the love that I'm getting, it's more of a Huggy Bear aura than a Beast Boy.
Yes. I agree. By the way, who gave you that nickname initially, the Huggy Bear nickname?
The Huggy Bear, that's always been me. I had a fight with Jay White in 2000. Shoot, I don't even remember. It was like my fourth fight or whatever, and I said it in an interview. Like, I was like, hey, sometimes, I go out there and I fight and I'm a mean guy, but I'm really just a teddy bear inside. And they were like, man, you ain't nothing but a huggable bear. And then that's pretty much where that name picked up,
Wow. And then why'd you make the switch? Where does Beast Boy come from?
Because Beast Boy was originally my name. There's a company called Brawling Mall down in Florida, and they made these bad shirts, man. They said they just said Beast actually on it, but it was like Beast Brawl, and it was like that whole scary tantra. In my 20s, you want that that whole moniker with you, not the lovable aspect of it, So me trying to be a tough guy, I stuck with the whole Beast Boy thing, and now that I'm at this point, it's more like I get it. Like, yeah, I can switch. I can make that switch. What's cool about Beast Boy, initially, that name came from Teen Titans.
Yes.
There's a little green guy in there. Yeah, Beast Boy, so I can switch on and off. He can switch on and off. So there's no reason I can be Huggy Bear and then, switch to Beast Boy, But yeah, no, I have a feeling that name's definitely going to pop back up, There was Cuddly Bear. What was it, Josh Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
He was Cuddly Bear. So, I didn't want to, step on that name or whatever. But, he's not in there anymore. So I might be able to bring that name back. And there's Mikey Davis, who's actually already Beast Boy. So, I might be able to bring back
Huggy Bear. I love Huggy Bear. And I love when you wore the outfits too. Could I ask you, it's been 36 or so hours since the fight, since the knockout, since MSG. How has life changed for you? Do you feel a noticeable difference?
Man.
It's changed?
Things just ain't the same for gangsters. It's wild, dude. It's drastically changed. Like, I literally gained 100,000 followers overnight.
Wow.
I was trying to keep up with my Instagram and stuff, and I'm at this point now to where I'm ready to delete all of it. Hey, my boo just got here. Hey, boo. It's dude, like, I can't keep up with everything. And me at 48,000, I was able to keep up with the, hey man, I just want to let you know that this is going on. This is going on. I appreciate you. And I'm able to respond back to it. Every time I respond back to one person, there's 20 new ones that are just like, of this and that. And my thing is, I love giving back because technically the fighters wouldn't be anything without the people, So the fact that the people give to me, I want to give everything back. And I'm doing my best to get back to everybody because there's stories in there sometimes that make you push that much harder. Like, I've gotten I've been this much in my whole life and you made me want to change this and that, man, and I appreciate you. Reading those makes you just want to do so much better, just in life, So I'm not weeding through anything. if I'm late on responses, I'm late on like I've got like other interviews and stuff that I promised folks, and it just kind of slipped to the side, type thing. But I'm getting to it. I swear, I promise you, it might take however long, but I know I'm going to get to everybody and anybody that sent me something, especially a positive type of thing. I'm definitely going to get to you.
Why do you think there has been? I mean, that was an incredible knockout, but we've seen knockouts before. Why do you think there has been such an amazing response to you? Why do you think people like you so much? When you did that in the cage, and I'm a freaking, I'm a nothing. I'm a microcosm in this. I was flooded. You better have Chris Barnett on Monday. You better. I was like, okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Like, why do you think people love you so much? Why do you have that connection?
It was weird, man. Like when they announced me for that performance bonus, I think that's like what I actually gave. I came out, I danced, you know what I mean? We're in New York. I came out to the original Harlem Shake, by Puff Daddy, who was on Puff Daddy, G-Dep, all them dudes on that, on that track, so I gave that aspect, and then in like it took a couple people to tell me, hey, Chris, that was your first UFC win, but you gave that moment to that guy. Wow. You know what I mean? That was amazing. You know what I mean? So I think that played a huge part in it of, me just being who I am. Like, to me, Gain he's an awesome person, man. Like, and so for him to, yeah, we fought, you know what I mean? It happened, but I didn't want that to be the end of his story. I wanted him to say what he needed to say, give out his actual emotions, his feelings, to New York, you know what I mean? That was his home. So, I think it's more or less people can relate to just me being real. Like I'm a human, you know what I mean? I relate to other humans. I'm not no superstar. I'm nothing. Like at the end of the day, I'm nothing yet. I like to put the yet on there, but where I relate to the people is that I am the people at the end of the day, dude. And I understand that these people pay hard-earned money to watch us and do what we're doing. And my man was on his last fight. Why not give that to him? To me, this is just the beginning. So I'm okay with giving up that spotlight because I know there's going to be a next for me. This is it for him. He said it. This is it for him. So cool. We did what we did in that ring. Yo, you landed your shots. I landed mine. Mine were better that night. That was it. I said in an interview before the fight, it's going to feel like I'm fighting my friend, but I always want to best my friends, but just know we'll always be best friends at the end of it, and that's where I feel like I'm with him, and I said that. And I mean that when I said he's done, but he's not done, I'm gonna work with him. I know I'm gonna work with him because he's a 6'3" heavyweight now. So I know I'm gonna be able to not use him in that manner, but be able to go, hey, Gain, I need somebody that can throw straight rights at me. I need somebody that can do these kicks. I need somebody that can do that. And the relationship that I built with him now, I know it's going to be a good relationship to where I can reach out to him. Like him, Stipe, those type of guys, they always reach out to me to come help them. I know I can reach out to them now, for the same type of help.
By the way, do me a favor. When you call him to help you train for your fight, don't call him Gain, okay? Because his name is actually John.
Uh-oh. No, I call him Gain like laundry detergent because it smelled good when we were fighting.
Really? Wow, that's a great compliment. That's a great compliment. What about the dancing? I have to admit, I see you dancing like that, and it's not because of your size. I want you to know this. It's anyone before a fight. It's like, man, they're gonna tire themselves out. Like you're really going. You're really letting loose. You don't get tired before you do all that moving stuff. I mean, that's intense stuff.
No, look. I shouldn't say anything, but I'm gonna let you know. It's a cheat move. So at MSG, I swear they had the air conditioner on Ice Age. It didn't make any sense. It was frozen in there. And the dancing actually warms me up, gets that sweat going. So if any jiu-jitsu guys want to try to grab you early type thing, like I'm actually getting more of my sweat going in my workout that I tried to do in the back, but froze right up because you try to plan it to where the next guy is going to, get knocked out or, the next fight's going to happen to where okay, I'm fresh, I'm ready, I'm good, I'm da-da-da. It never happens that way. You warm up. Okay, you got another 15 minutes because we're doing an interlude and we're going to da-da-da-da to the fan. You're like, all right, what do I do now? So the dancing actually helps get the heart rate up, 1. 2, I can get a little sweat going, and then boom, I'm in there. I'm actually ready to go. I did my little Planet of the Apes walk when I got in there that time because I was like, I feel it. My heart rate's going. I'm good to go. I did the dance. I almost knocked out the security guard. Don't tell nobody else.
I think people saw that.
But yeah, the dance actually helps me get ready before I walk out there.
Okay, your dance moves are incredible. I mean, I see them on your Instagram, and then I read this on your bio on UFC.com, and I don't know if you were joking or not, but the question that was asked of you was, when and why did you start fighting? And what you said was, I've been in combat sports since I was 4, and the reason why I started MMA is because of a dance battle I won at the club. Is that true?
That's it.
What do you mean a dance battle? How did that lead to MMA?
So there was a spot in Florida, like we would all just show up to, little crews here and there. We would dance here, battle, blah, 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 blah. It was, what was it? We weren't battling at per se, but we, just going around, boom, boom, boom. I had these guys that were looking for talent to go compete at this MMA event in Florida. And they walked up to me, they go, hey, every move you've done, you look very, you're very fluent to be such a big guy. You're doing all this martial arts type movement. Would you like to compete in MMA? At the time, I wasn't really even thinking about it, but it was like, why not? So they hand me a little flyer for a fighter tryout. I show up to the fighter tryout. Now, when I tell you we're in the club, we're dancing.
Yeah.
I am chocolate wasted when I get this, you know what I mean? So I like it. Nothing to brag about, but I am done. I get it. I have it still. Make it home, do whatever. The next day I look at it and I was like, man, this is at 10 o'clock. It's still in my system. Let's just be honest. So I show up to these tryouts and I'm doing great at the tryouts. Out of nowhere, you hear one of the coaches go, hey man, which one of y'all was out drinking last night? And I'm like, wow. But I'm still competing and doing great with these guys that haven't been drinking. So I'm not going to snitch on myself. So I'm like, yeah, man, y'all are crazy out here, drinking and stuff before an event. I do, actually, how I ended up winning the event was a spinning sidekick, actually.
Wow.
And I knew I had to get out of there. And I knew the spinning sidekick would shut it all down. It's a guy named Paul. I'm real good friends with him today, actually, still. I landed the spinning sidekick, and from there, the Drunken Master won the XFC event, So, but yeah, that's how I, quote unquote, got into MMA.
That is
was
wild.
A breakdancing thing from an invite.
Now, would you call that finish? Would you call it a tornado kick?
No, okay. I literally, my mom yelled at me when I got home. She was like, why they keep calling it a wheel kick? Why they keep calling it tornado? Da, da, da. It's a spinning hook kick. And I was like, I'm sorry. My mom's a black belt also in Taekwondo. So my whole family are all black belts. My daughter is junior brown belt. She's on her way. My son, he's I think an orange belt right now. So he's on his way also. But so everybody in the family, everybody is a black belt. So we call it a spinning hook kick in Taekwondo. It's the way I threw it was wheel wise, but I ended up hooking it at the end. I don't know if you noticed the way my leg went at the end, and that's one reason why I caught him behind the head was because it was a hook. A wheel kick would have been like my leg would have stayed straight and gone all the way through, but I hooked it at the end. But wheel kick, hook kick, initially it's the same thing. It's the heel meeting at the head at some point.
Now, how many kids do you have?
2.
How old are they?
What are we at? 8 and 6.
Do they have any idea what their dad did on Saturday?
Yeah.
What's their reaction?
My son actually was able to watch the whole event.
Wow.
But my daughter was here and there. She would peek in. She'd be like, is he? Is he? Which is the same with my mom. And now my lady, she can't watch them. She can watch the beginning, maybe a little bit of the middle, and then the end, but other than that, but yeah, my mom, my daughter, and my lady, they definitely are on that, we just need you to win, get back, and have no bruises and stuff on your face, baby, type of thing.
and again, you're a very charismatic guy. You're a very colorful guy. The celebration was incredible. And I'm wondering, could you even put into words Madison Square Garden, your long journey, 12 years at this point as a pro, everything you've been through, all the promotions, all the countries, you win like that at MSG, first UFC win. that all the momentum and the excitement leads you to do that flip and land right on your butt? Like, what are the emotions going through your body right there? It's amazing.
Dude, like it was overwhelming, man. Like I couldn't grasp everything. Like there was a point to where I couldn't breathe, but I was still screaming at the crowd, stand up. And I was like, how am I? You gotta stand up, please. Stand up. And I remember Joe walking into the ring and I was out of breath, but I wanted John to stay. I wanted him to stay so bad because I wanted to give him that moment. You know, these are still his people. And I remember, I know Joe was looking at me like I might have been like some like dying dude of thirst because I was like, Joe, can he please stay, please? You know what I mean? And then I also didn't want to be a Michael Jordan meme of crying in there. So I had to suck back those tears quick because when I did the front flip, I landed and it hit so hard that was the move that my dad showed me a long time ago, you know? Like, wow. Like during my Taekwondo days, he showed me the fake the round and go ahead and do the spin and heel kick. And I was like, I just pulled that off, man. Like in Madison Square Garden, and I was just talking about like, yo, I got to do my Jordan effect when I'm in MSG. I got to shut MSG down type thing. You know what I mean? So the fact that all that had happened at once, dude, it was overwhelming to where I was like, hey, man, if anything, don't cry on this camera because you're going to be a meme the next day, you know? So, but yeah, man, like the feeling, dude, MSG, the way I ended it, like, I feel like I set the tone for that night, dude, like, because I was expecting to be the bad guy coming out because he's from New York, you know? When I started dancing and the crowd went nuts and I was like, they really like me. Oh my God, they like me. You know, it helped me be like, you know, I have to do something for these folks to set it off. That's one reason, I don't know if you noticed, I didn't throw too many punches. Like I knew I could set up kicks because he started kicking with me and I was like, you're not a kicker. Why are you kicking right now? You know, type thing. So that second round, I had a good little chat with Scott Barrett, my coach. And he was like, hey, you need to go ahead and do you. And that second round, I was allowed to do me and boom, MSG, spinning hook kick, man. Spinning hook kick.
Incredible. What a backstory. Is your father still around?
Yeah. He recently, well, not recently, I guess about a year back, he had a stroke and he was cornering me for a while, but with everything going on with him, you know, flying and all this stuff, he can't corner me, you know, anymore. So the vibe and everything. So that hit me. You know, when I left, I was like, hey, I'm going to MSG to fight, you know, and he, you know, hey, you know, you got to do you. You know, he's still my one of my biggest critics, you know, which is awesome because he was mad at me that I put my hand down for the spinning hook kick. He was like, if you would have did it clean, your hand would have been down, but good knockout, I guess. You know what I mean? Type thing, you know. So it's cool to still have that from him, but you know, but that stroke took a toll, you know. He's not the same, but it's still there, especially with me, you know. So to be able to have that, to be able to show him, to be able to talk to him about it and whatnot, and before I know, and deep down inside, he was like, yes. But outside, it was like, well, so here's what you got to clean up. You got to do this, you got to do that, you know. Still dad at the end of the day, man. But yeah, no, he's definitely still here and still letting me know what I'm doing wrong.
You know, a lot of dads would do the exact same thing, especially the ones that, you know, taught you way back in the day. You know, for those that have been watching the sport and follow the sport and not just follow the UFC, but all the crazy promotions, you can see online, like there were so many people that were so happy for you because they've seen you fight all over the world, these different promotions. For you, like, you know, we don't see often in this day and age where you see people who are 3-0 make it to the UFC 4-0. You don't often get to see someone who debuted in 2009 finally get that first UFC win 12 or so years later. Have you even had a chance to reflect on everywhere you've been, on your journey, and how crazy it is that you're now a UFC fighter who just got their first win at MSG like that, top 10? Like, this is an amazing thing, man, and it doesn't often happen. Have you allowed yourself to smell the roses so far?
No, and I don't want to because you'll get complacent. You'll get complacent doing that, you know? And my whole thing is I really feel like I have a huge advantage. I feel like somebody got a chance to hit the reset button on myself, but I was able to bring the knowledge before they hit the reset button. So I feel like Ultron almost, you know what I mean? Like they try to get rid of me, but literally you try to get rid of me, but I still have what you tried to get rid of me with right here, you know, and with what I'm doing now, I'm actually training like a fighter. I don't want to take away from anything that I've ever done in the past with anybody else, but I've never trained like an actual fighter. Now I'm actually training like an actual fighter, and the results are showing, you know. The other stuff, yeah, I would train, I would do what I need to do, and it was per se, let me just throw this and try it. We set this up. Like, yo, this is gonna happen because this is gonna happen after it, you know. Yeah, like it's I don't know. I don't even know how to say it, but it's amazing to be where I was at, to see where I'm at now, to know that this is just the beginning.
Man. By the way, what pisses you off? Like, what makes you mad? You're constantly smiling. You have this infectious smile. I want to hug you right now, for God's sakes. Is there anything that really makes you mad? Like, what are your pet peeves?
Getting hit in the middle of my back, as my lady just said. Like when you giving somebody a hug and somebody does that hard to your back. My back is ultra sensitive, like that. But other than that, nothing. Like really, I can adapt to any situation. So therefore, if I find something that's making me feel I can be like, you know what? I don't like that person, but they are wearing red. And I like the color red.
Wow.
So therefore, boom. You know what I mean? So it's one of those mind things that I think being a little brother has always helped out with, because just in case big bro's mad about something, hey guy, let me tell you something. There's a basketball right there. You want to go shoot that? Yeah, that makes you happy. Let's go shoot that basketball. You can beat me in basketball right now. You don't have to worry about being mad about whatever happened. We can go play basketball. That's always been my mindset. Like in any situation, there's some type of positive in it. Like, even if you're, I don't want to say it in this way, but if you're getting tortured, you be like, yo, I really admire how much these chains are restricted. This is crazy. You know, I think Key and Peele did a skit on that, of where like they were getting tortured in the whole little thing. And they were like, you know what? You're great. Look at you. You're doing good coming down here with that axe. I can't believe it, you know, but, like I was saying in that interview, like life's too short to be grumpy all the time, dude. Like, just sit back, eat some Skittles, and smile for real. Like, you know, like it's what's the point? Like, what's the point of being mad when you can, you know what I mean? You can literally smile about the situation, like, or you're not even going to be mad about it in 5 minutes. You know, like take a grasp of what's going on. I understand serious stuff goes on, but if you can take a chance, dial it in, look at it, really, in 2 weeks, are you still going to be thinking about the same thing? You know.
Are you always at this energy level? You're like at a 12 on a scale of 1 to 10. Always? Maybe we should ask your boo that.
Not always. There's times to where I can turn it off from a 12. I can get it to like a 6 to where I need to be serious. But now for the most part, it's I've never known it to be a bad thing. Like people accept it, and even in a bad situation, hey, Chris, boom. There was times to where Alistair would just bring me around for fights that had nothing to do with me. Stefan Struve, Andre Arlovski, stuff like that. Nothing to do with me, just for my vibe. He was like, hey, Mr. Barnett, I like the way you think, your vibe, and some things that you do. I like it. Next time, we'll go get some tikka masala, and we'll do good. And it's just like, yeah, cool. You know what I mean? So he would bring me out just because of my vibe, dude. And that's what I like. I don't know, man. Like literally, like live, love, laugh, man. Like if you can live by those things, it's amazing how your mindset will change, man. Like not to, you know, be on some whatever type stuff, but it's a lifestyle that if you can grasp and just stop back and just be like, okay, wait, why? It changes a lot of things, you know?
You hear from Alistair?
Yeah, you know, actually, we've talked. He invited me out to Thailand a while back. I haven't talked to him since he picked up the whole Rico Verhoeven thing. But
like since Saturday, did he reach out to you?
No, I haven't talked to him yet. He might have. I have so much, dude. I haven't been able to like my mom. The only reason I talked to her is because she came to my face and like, look, boy, I know you see my message. Let me tell you something right now. You know something. But yeah, no, like it's a lot. Like I've picked up 100,000 new people. So and I'm the type of person to try to get back to everybody. You know, so It's been a lot. If he has, I'm sorry. I will get to him, but yeah, no, I haven't seen anything yet. There's been some other people that I've reached out to. They've definitely reached out. Tommy Lee reached out to me, the musician.
Come on.
Tommy Lee.
The Pamela Anderson guy?
Yes.
Legend.
Pamela Anderson guy.
What?
Yes, him. Gary Vaynerchuk, like he reached out, and Gary Vaynerchuk hit me with a message that was like, he was just happy that I was a good human. That right there made me cry. I was like, thank you. Like, like, wow, man. I don't know if he's in the building because I know he's a New Yorker. Yep. So I don't know if he was there or whatnot. But like, yeah, like I've gotten a lot of hits here and there from top people right now. And I'm trying to get back to everybody. Just know I'm not ignoring you. No. It's just a lot. It is a lot right now.
And by the way, I love the hair. I have to say.
Oh, right? I'm about to go bald, though, man.
Yeah.
That little Fu Manchu half thing that's there, it's about to go.
You're hanging on.
Hanging on for no reason type things, yeah. What do they say in the Bible? Sam, when he cut his hair, he lost his power. So now that I won this fight, I can cut it and I can regrow it and get my power back.
Let's go. Last thing, you think you're done for the year, or are you trying to get in one more time?
No, I told them if any heavyweights next week got hurt, I'm ready.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, I'm still on weight. I'm still ready to go, so I'm ready to go, and I know Dana likes guys that like to fight, and right now Dana likes me. I heard him in the presser, so I'm more than willing to go, if they need somebody. Clearly they know I'll take a fight on 8 days notice, but I've had a training camp with me, so there's nothing I can do but build, from that. So I'm ready to go. I actually got called out by, oh my God, I forgot his name. He just fought Arlovsky and lost.
The guy who just fought Arlovsky? God.
Yeah.
We just had him on the show. Carlos Felipe. Is it Carlos Felipe?
Yeah. Carlos Felipe. There you go. He called me out in a respectful way. He was like, yo, we could have a good fight. He's a top name. Like he's a ranked up there higher than me. I would love that fight, So, anything like that, dude. And not in a disrespectful way. I'm more than happy to fight anybody at any time. I proved that with fighting Rothwell on that 8 day notice. I'm a fighter's fighter, I'll get my game plan and do what I need to do. And the fact that I've been in a camp and doing what I need to do already, I'm more than willing to go in short notice now.
What a joy you are, my man. That was so much fun to watch.
Appreciate it.
And honestly, I mean, you alluded to it, like the way you handled the post-fight with John in his retirement fight and his final moments in the cage. I mean, it just said a lot about you. You are a good dude. You're a mensch. Where I come from, we call people like you mensches. You know what a mensch is?
No, it sounds crazy. It sounds like
no. A mensch is like a good soul. It's a Yiddish term. It's like a good, kind soul, and that's
awesome.
I mean, we just met, but I feel it. You are that guy. So much respect. Congratulations, and I'm happy that you finally got on the show. And I can't wait till you're back on the show. You are going to be back, and I can't wait for your next fight as well. Well done, Chris.
Awesome. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. There he is, Huggy Bear, Beast Boy, Chris Barnett. How great is that? Beautiful stuff from him. Great win, and the way he handled that aftermath, the post fight with John Vellante was just amazing. All right, so that was one of the great stories. I mean, 268 was just chock full of great stories. Of course, Usman defending the title successfully, Rose Namajunas defending her title successfully, the amazing fight between Michael Chandler and Justin Gaethje, Chris Barnett doing his thing, Alex Pereira in his debut, the Chris Curtis fight, Bobby Green stopping Al Iaquinta. I know people were sad about that, but what a performance that was from Bobby King Green, or is it King Bobby Green? Of course, the one that we were all buzzing about was the debut of the future. Well, the future is no longer the future. He is the present. He is now 1-0 in the UFC. He was in studio on Wednesday and told us that he would come in on Monday with a W by his name in his record book, and he's a man of his word. He stopped Jordan Williams with a second left, and I do believe we have Mr. Ian Garry here. Joe, you could bring him in. Here he is. Ooh, some nice music. Yes. Mr. Ian Garry, I'm going to take off my headset here. How are you? Oh, what do we got here?
Nice t-shirt.
You told me.
How are you, man? Good, great.
Congratulations. Can I open this?
Of course you can.
This is the future right here. He brought me some gear. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Nice, yeah,
thank you,
nice
Ian.
Black on black.
Yes, I like it. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being a man of your word. You said you would come in after the win. You made it happen.
It's a pleasure to be back. I Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. Really happy. Everything's good. Life is amazing. I'm still a bit overwhelmed with everything, but
Are you?
yeah, I mean, the whole experience was just from the moment we landed in New York, even till now, it's still just been kind of. So it's been go, 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 go. I've done so many interviews.
Yes.
Been so busy, like between having to do all the meetings for the UFC and just get everything sorted in regards to gear and take photos and ceremonial weigh-ins and just, it's been hectic, but I wouldn't change it for the
Are
world.
you exhausted?
No, it's just overwhelming. It's just...
Are you tired of talking at this point?
Oh, God, no.
No, you're not tired.
I could talk to a wall.
Okay, really? Because I have seen you all over the place, and rightfully so. But I was just wondering if, at some point, and maybe it will happen. I did that. No, I did that on purpose. I'm mad at him. Yeah, I'm mad at. Well, as you can see, look, there's one right here. Daniel Cormier. He stabbed me in the back. Unlike you, he is not a man of his word. He said he would come. He did not come, so he's in timeout. Okay, I just want to let you know that's done on purpose. Yes, I even replaced his photo was right there, and I took him down.
Pat McAfee.
Yes, you know Pat McAfee.
I watch his show. Yeah,
He's great, right?
I watch all the NFL stuff. I like his.
Are you an NFL fan? Because I saw you at the Dolphins game a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
You're an actual fan?
Yeah, I like NFL a lot. Yeah, I like following the. So when I started watching a couple of years ago, and I like watching the kind of college kids come through the ranks.
Yes.
Kind of like myself in a sense.
Yes.
Coming from Cage Wars to the UFC, I like seeing the guys. So like Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, all those guys, and all the wide receivers. Yeah, I like watching kind of the guys I've seen and pass through college.
Right. Graduate and then make it. Yes.
And then seeing what teams they end up.
Because it's not popular in Ireland, right?
No, not really. No. But I just love it. I love the athleticism. I love the way it's done. I think it's a great sport.
When I saw you at the Dolphins game, I hate the Dolphins.
I mean,
because I'm a Bills fan.
Yeah, I mean the Bills are amazing this year.
Yeah,
the Dolphins aren't great, but we went down to.
Well, I saw it and I was like, I wonder if he even understands what's going on. I was thinking that because you had the jersey.
I fully love NFL. Like it's the two things I watch the most on YouTube are NFL and golf.
Golf?
By far, yeah. Not MMA isn't even in my search history. It's NFL and golf.
Really?
There's no MMA. Yeah.
Are you do you play golf
all the time? I was meant to play. I was going to play.
Oh, did you really ask DC?
Mm-hmm.
That's.
I had it booked in, and I just didn't because I thought it would be better. Like it wouldn't benefit.
This was on Fight Day.
Fight Day. Yeah, I was going.
Why would you do that?
Because I love golf.
But Fight Day.
Yeah, but golf. Yeah,
Okay.
but fighting to me, right? See the way you come into work today.
Yes.
Right. If you loved golf and you could start the day playing golf, or you could finish work and then go play golf. That's what most people do.
Right.
Same for me.
What was the tee time?
It was like 10 o'clock. So it was just a case of driving there took an hour, then driving back. It'd just be too much. If it was half an hour away, I might have done it, maybe. But traffic, I just said, no, I'm not in the mood for it. But for me, golf, like, fighting's easy, right? I enjoy fighting. Getting in a cage and actually competing against somebody is something I enjoy. So I love golf. I have a passion for golf. So if I can do both in one day, why wouldn't I?
Yeah,
and I was going to play with DC. Yeah, that was, we text.
Was he in?
I think so. I said it to John Anik. I said to John Anik about seeing did he want to play? And he was like, I didn't bring my clubs. He's like, but DC did. I was like, ask him if he wants to play. If he wants to play, I'm in. And yeah, basically then I just cancelled it. I was like, no, I'll just focus on the fight.
Smart.
Imagine. I don't know. I still would have loved to play, but yeah, I absolutely adore.
How good are you?
Good, really good. Yeah, I only started last August during the lockdown.
Wow.
Yeah, when lockdown kicked off, all my mates were posting stories on Instagram of golf course. I'm like, I'm sat at home doing nothing.
Yeah.
These are all out playing golf. Why? Obviously, because it's the most socially distant thing you could do. You hit a ball in a field.
Right.
And obviously, I love the nature of it, like the way courses are designed and just it's natural, it's beautiful. So I just ended up starting playing for it. Went from a 28 handicap down to a 9 handicap in like a year.
Smokes.
Yeah, so I now have got all my clubs and I'm learning how to get better and I want to get down to, I'd like to try to get down off.
And you're in a great spot now for golf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Florida,
most golf courses in America, yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
We looked up some interesting facts about Florida. The first thing, most golf courses in any state. But yeah, I love golf.
Now I know why you went to Sanford.
Yeah.
Now it makes all the sense.
That makes
the golf course.
It's actually nothing to do with it.
Right.
Of course, it's a benefit being beside the best gym in the world and having all these beautiful golf courses is amazing.
So you said something on Saturday. I have so much to ask you, but you said something on Saturday that really stuck with me. You
Haven't
said,
even talked about the fight yet.
I know, right? Isn't that the beauty? I love it. I could have asked you a million more questions about golf, but we don't have all day. You did say, I think it was to Joe Rogan in the cage, man, it's a different kind of energy. Debut, MSG. Yeah. So then I was like, this guy on Wednesday told me he wasn't going to get nervous. He wasn't feeling. So when did it hit you?
So I said nerves in the cage, and I don't think nerves is the right word. It was overwhelming in a sense of just kind of everything just hit me at the one time. Like, I wasn't nervous. I was at the back. I was singing. I was dancing. I was talking to like security guards about golf and everything and blah, blah, blah. And we walked out. Everything was fine. Like, everyone's watching me as I'm getting ready to make the walk out before Jordan walks out. And then they're like, Ian, you're here. Everyone's screaming, everyone's shouting. I'm like, right, this is it. Like, I'm buzzing off that energy. It wasn't until I got into the cage and I'm stood there and they're calling, and Bruce Buffer's just about to announce the fight. And I look left and I see, in Madison Square Garden, there's 3 big screens all on the tiers. And it was like UFC 268, Madison Square Garden. And it just has my name in big writing. It's like, Ian, the future Garry. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. that's pretty cool. And then I'm like listening to Bruce Buffer announce the fight. And I'm like, this is happening. Okay, all right. And it was at that moment then, I was just like, wow. I know we've been talking about it. It's like 23, making your UFC debut at MSG. And I wasn't nervous. Nervous was the wrong word to use in the cage with Joe. It was a sensation of overwhelming. Just everything kind of hit at the same time. And I'm like, wow, okay, this is real.
Emotional?
Yeah, it was a good emotion.
Okay.
But it did kind of sway me for the first minute. And then it took me about a minute to focus, and then the fight ended up the way I said it was going to end up, but I'm happy.
It was fascinating to watch because I was actually watching it. I was talking to Pizzi as well at the same time, and you got hit.
Do you know what?
What was going through your mind?
The overwhelming feeling. Yeah, I was trying to
You think that's
focus.
why you were getting hit?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
So, firstly, he done a good job in the sense of changing some stuff up from his previous fights.
Like what?
His head didn't move off the center line. His posture changed, so his fight stance changed a little bit. He normally fought kind of like this. This fight, he fought kind of like with his hands out, which is quite an awkward thing to just do in general, is fight with your hands kind of here. So I'm like, just kind of process. And I have really good eyes. I know I have really good eyes, and it took me a while to just kind of get used to it. But between the feeling of overwhelming and then him just being a bit awkward, yeah, I got caught a couple of times, but at the end of the day, he got slapped. So.
Yes, he did. But were you starting to panic?
No panic. Come here. I train with some of the best guys in the world, and they hit me. It doesn't sense panic. It's more just, okay, how can I hit you?
Are you talking to yourself in that moment?
No, more just figuring it out. It's more like problem solving for me. I mean, I know I can figure out the problem. I mainly finish people in the second round. Because the first round, I like to kind of just go out there and take my time, not take my time, but more just figure out what you do. What are your movements? How do you like to change? It's like I completely examine you from head to toe and see does your foot move an inch when you step with your right hand? Does your jab mean that you drop your right hand? If you jab, do you drop? If you throw a kick, I completely take in everything. And it was just quite awkward for me to get that because he had a weird stance and it was just different. But then I got it. I started to move more fluidly then once I kind of understood what he was doing. And once I moved fluidly, people find it really hard to judge me. And then he tried to take me down. I didn't, defended it, got him up against the cage, couple knees to the head. And then I just kind of, once he broke away, I was like, right, I've got him now. In fighting, sometimes you have to take one or two to give a few back. But once I seen just about, it was just after just before I landed the head kick, I landed a jab left high kick as he was coming in. I seen that he reaches, so he was reaching, and I was like, right, okay, let him do it again, which is when I threw another right high kick and he tried to reach, caught my chest. I was like, let him do it again, because when he does it again, he'll have confidence. The next time he does it, I had the 10-second clapper. I'm like, do it now, because you've got the timing. And I was just waiting for him to commit. And then he goes, hook straight. I'm like, here we go.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of like slow motion for me. I just seen the punch come here, and I'm like, oh, yes. And I was just right hand on the chin, and I was just like, he's done. The minute I hit him, you can feel it with a shot when it lands clean. You can feel that it's like a shock through someone's body. It just feels special. And I felt that feeling when I cracked his jaw, and I seen his eyes go instantly like this, and I was like,
let's go.
Ref told me not to stop.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's out. I'm like, right, one more. I'm like, he's out, but he's not gone down, and the ref's not here. And I was like, he's done. So I just landed one little one as he was falling. It was a nice little walk off because it
was incredible. Yeah. I mean, right at the buzzer with a second left. How many times have you watched it?
I think about 4, 5, 6.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, no. We've watched the highlight over and over and over and over and over again. The actual fight I've watched it about 6 times. But the highlight I've watched on loop, basically. It's just it's beautiful. Like I like the comparison that someone done about like the Eddie Alvarez and the Ivan Bushing at the Conor, which is quite cool.
Obviously, you didn't do that on purpose, right? That's just the.
I mean, I could say it now.
I know.
It was
that'd be incredible.
It was just a shot. Yeah, if I planned that. No, it was just a shot that landed. It was something that we were working on. It was a shot that we were working on because obviously Southpaw Orthodox,
right,
overextending to the left. So like me and my coach Jason Strout were working on it, and it was just that crack, just that step back, lean off crack, and it was brilliant. And obviously it was just muscle memory. As soon as I seen it, it was just on the money. Yeah, I couldn't be happy with the finish, the display, the performance. I'm not mad about. I'm not happy about it in a sense of I got hit a couple more times than I would have expected, but it's fighting. Do you know what I mean? People, they don't have to be the best fighters in the world to be awkward and to cause trouble and problems. I mean, how many fighters have you ever seen in the UFC that do better than they should just because they're a bit awkward? Just because they possess a weird, like Tony Ferguson. Mm-hmm. Like, he done better than he probably necessarily should have because he's so awkward. Mm-hmm. But that's what works for him. That's how he fights. And I kind of got that feeling off Jordan. He was a bit awkward, and I know he hits hard, and I know he rushes forward. He looks to be aggressive, and that's fine. That doesn't bother me. I am primarily a counterpuncher. Like, I like to sit back and wait because I find it's beautiful. I find it's like a beautiful art. If like you try hit me and I miss, and then I can knock you out from it. It's stunning.
Oh, it's a great way.
It feels like I've completely checkmate. It's like I beat you. You tried, you failed. I caught you back. It's exciting. It sends a rush through your body. It's beautiful.
Can you describe, like, even put into words what that final sequence is like what is going through your body when he is out, when the ref calls it off? You know that you got it with seconds left, with a second left in the round. And then you have your celebration.
Yeah.
Can you even compare that to anything? Can you even describe it?
No, I can't compare it to anything. I can try to describe it. It was the second I landed the punch, I knew it was over. Like, there was no way he was finishing that fight. Like, I knew it was landed. I knew it was over. Cracked him again. Done. Right. Walk off. And it was just in that walk off. It's like your body raises its temperature, but your arms are tingling at the same time. It's like you're hot and cold at the same time, and your body it's this rush of adrenaline, and you can feel it fire through your body. Have you ever got panicked or scared and you kind of feel your body shake? It's like that, but not panic. It's like, oh my God, like it's like an energy.
Euphoria.
It's just, it's euphoric. It's just, we did this. And I remember going over, right in front of them, I went over to DC, John and Joe, and just, and I just went down them. I didn't say a single thing to them. I just looked at them and shook my head and went, this is it. Like, I just looked at them as they knew, and they were all laughing and smiling back at me. And yeah, it was just, I took a little lap of honor, little round, just put my hands up, just was like, we did it. I just soaked in the moment. I didn't want to leave that cage not having kind of walked around and looked out at the crowd and enjoyed every single second of it, because it is going to be a special moment that we look back on in a couple of years. It is something that I'm never going to forget. It's like the proudest moment in my fighting career, in a sense of like, I've just won my UFC debut by knockout in the first round in the most iconic sports venue on the planet. I just want to enjoy this. And it was just like that adrenaline. It was phenomenal.
What felt better? Maybe a crazy question, maybe not. Winning the Cage Warriors title, knowing that would punch your ticket to get to this place, or Saturday night?
There was more emotions behind the Cage Warriors title because of the journey before it, in a sense of like, I wanted it. That was my main goal from amateur to pro, was to get that Cage Warriors title, because I know that Cage Warriors title gives me such a benefit then going forward to the UFC. So that was more emotional because it was a journey, it was a longer process. But I feel like this debut was the start of a new era, a new chapter, the start of what I want to be written down as history, like, is when Ian Garry made his UFC debut and took over the organization and took over the world. So for me, it's more like, it's more empowering, because it's like, I've just won the biggest organization in fighting in the biggest stadium, and I've done it in the way I wanted to, in the first round knockout, and I was like, this feels special. And even afterwards, I was getting so much media, and like, I remember when someone was like, you took 2 hours to get here. I was like, look, everybody wants a fucking piece of me. Yeah. Everybody wants me right now. I was like, I haven't taken a second to take a piss. Yeah. I was like, I'm going to get around to everyone. I'm just enjoying it, and I didn't want to rush it at all.
I like that you got changed.
100%,
Put the suit on, of course, why not?
That's what I'm saying. I wanted to enjoy
rush?
it. Exactly. If you look, I have enough time to get to everybody, and I can do this all. We can rush it, or I can take my time and I can give you the best me you're going to get. And that's what it was. It was more just like, let's relax. Let's not do anything full of adrenaline. Let's sit there and speak to people and show them who I am, what I'm about, and do it in a relaxed manner, as opposed to, yeah, everything's good. Yeah, I'm happy. So
I can't imagine what that shower feels like.
Yeah.
That shower must feel amazing,
I had a freezing cold shower.
Oh, really?
On purpose.
Oh, on purpose?
On purpose.
Why?
Yeah, just to kind of like wake me up, in a sense of like, I wanted to like...
You were probably so fired up anyway.
Yeah, I was just like, just have a freezing cold shower. I didn't necessarily like it.
Yeah, okay.
Like, it wasn't like I was going in there going, oh, I just wanted to have a freezing cold shower, get in, kind of just wash the sweat off, wash everything off, and then just go get changed and go out and enjoy the rest of the night. But I wanted to kind of just get the senses.
Are you mad you didn't do it under 67 seconds?
No.
That you were putting pressure on yourself there.
Yeah, like, again, this is fighting. I can have, at the end of the day, I said first round knockout. I would have loved to got it in 66 seconds just for a laugh, but it didn't happen, and that's it. Again, I said this to you, I don't force something. Right. I'm not looking for a finish. It will come when it comes, and I know once I'm gifted the opportunity, I'll take advantage of it, and that's exactly what happened. It took a lot longer than I expected, but at the end of the day, the round didn't finish. I finished it, so that's what matters to me.
The fight was great. It was thrilling. It was actually really cool to see you weather a storm a little bit. You know what I mean? Because and you know, you were tested a little bit in Cage Warriors, but for the most part, it was pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, agreed.
So it was like, oh wow, what's he gonna do? How's he gonna respond? And you obviously passed that test. And then we get to the post-fight interview, and you freaking nailed that. I mean, you nailed it. Now, did you plan to like? Did you think you would reference the "we're not here to take part" and all that?
Yeah, I that was something I had planned. Okay. Because it wasn't something I'd completely necessarily worded. It was something I just thought about. And I remember speaking to my fiance, going, I'm not going to plan it. I just know that if I want to say that line, when I get into the cage, when I get into the octagon, and when I've done what I've needed to do, it'll come out the best way it's meant to. And like, between speaking to Joe and saying like, look, for the first time I felt a little bit of nerves, like thanking my teammates, none of that was planned. That was all just me speaking in that moment, and then it came out. Right. It finished at the exact. It was perfect. It couldn't. It was amazing. It couldn't have come out any better. And I really do feel like it's a takeover part 2. I feel like that whole energy. Like when I said that, people can't really hear it when over the me and Joe speaking, but the whole crowd. When I said, we're not here to take part, everybody screamed, we're here to take at the same time. And that was why, like, when I said, this is the takeover part 2, all they can hear is, yeah, everyone's screaming. So it was very, very cool. It was a surreal experience, and it was something that I'm never going to forget.
Like, I almost felt, correct me if I'm wrong, I felt you slowed down right as you were about to deliver that line, like you knew you had to nail it
Yeah.
because that clip is going to be replayed a
100%.
gazillion times. You don't want to stumble there, and you freaking nailed it, 10 on 10.
Take a little break. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I told you I can talk the talk and walk the walk.
Yes, yeah, I know.
Just got to take my time sometimes. It was just, I wanted it to have, like, again, I didn't plan it. I just knew that I wanted it to, I didn't want to rush it. I wanted it to, people to feel it and understand what I'm saying. Like, this is the takeover part 2. Like, when I said it, it's like, a wise man once said, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over. And this is the takeover part 2. I wanted people to just kind of breathe with me. And then I also wanted them to know what was coming. Whereas if I had ran through it, people would have kind of not heard it. And I'm also Irish, so I speak quite fast when we get excited. So it was just take a beat and just say it.
Could you see your fiance in the crowd?
No. No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't hear. I listen out. I've good, I've good senses.
Yeah.
I was trying to hear, but I couldn't. No.
Couldn't hear.
No.
Did you recognize, there was some celebrity, like, do you have any recollection of making eye contact with anyone and being like, holy shit, this person's right here watching?
Yeah, one of my mates, so my sensei in judo, his son was there.
Okay.
And Eric, and I remember seeing him when I was getting changed, and I was like, "What up?" And then straight after the fight, I ran over and gave him a big hug and a kiss, and he was like, "You're a legend, you did it." I was like, "We did it." He was there, and then obviously my corner, my corner. But like other than that, no, I was just ready, and it was more just like. Again, even seeing him there, it was kind of like, oh, this is happening. Like, there's people here. It was just a phenomenal experience, and I really, really enjoyed it.
Now, within seconds after, you get the voice note from Conor on Twitter, which those things are wild because he did it the night before with Peter Queally and James Gallagher.
Yeah.
And there's like, I've gotten voice notes on WhatsApp from people, you have as everyone. And it almost feels like he's allowing us to listen to something that he would exactly send you.
Yeah,
it's very personal.
It's very personal and it's very cool. So I listened.
What was your reaction?
So I heard about this. Someone said it to me when we were backstage. Someone showed me the tweet he posted, like saying "you little fucking daisy."
Yeah,
and I was like,
by the way, is that a nice thing?
Yeah.
Because in America, I'll be like, is he making fun of him?
No. You little fucking daisy. Get up about that. Like, I get it. I get what he's trying to say. It's
very Irish.
Yeah. It's not, but it is.
Okay.
I get what he's trying to say, and he was being nice. As in, like, get up, like.
Yeah.
So I seen that, and I heard about these voice notes, and I'm like, what are people talking about? So I sat down. So firstly, I wasn't allowed, but the UFC said, when you leave here, you're done, you're gone. So I left and went back into the stadium, showed them my ticket, and sat down in the fans with my
No way.
Yeah, with my family. I was like, I'm not
for the rest of the card?
I'm not missing the rest of the card. Sat down there with my mask on, in my suit, and I was like, I'm just going to enjoy the rest of the fights here. And like, a couple of people recognized me, and they were taking photos. They're like, oh man, you won me money last night. And they're like, oh, you're great. And I was like, appreciate it. Great knockout. I'm like,
wow. Where were you sitting?
Up in the tier with my family, beside my family. So it was with,
Wait, your family came?
No. So like my fiance,
Gotcha.
and just relatives now. All people that I've. It's hard to differentiate. I mean, me and Layla had this discussion earlier on. Like the family that I'm building, and my blood relatives that are at home. It's like obviously they couldn't get here because of the thing, but it's I'm traveling with my family right now, and it's amazing. So they were there with me, so I went up and joined them, and it was just. Me and Layla listened. I was like, right, let's listen. So it was in between a break of someone, and we were listening. And I'm just I'm laughing, a big smile on my face. And he was just like the fact that even in that, like I could feel that Conor felt motivated by what I had just said in a sense of like out of respect. He was saying like I respect that so much in a sense of like in my hardest time. Coming back from an injury, like this has given me motivation, and he was like, "I'm part of that takeover too." I'm like, "Hey, let's get on a car. Let's get on a car together, and we'll like Ireland will explode if you put me and him on a car together." So, like, I'm in. Like, if he's like, at the end of the day, like, he's the biggest star in the sport, and if he wants to join this takeover, like, we can do it again. Like, we'll do it together. But we were listening. It was phenomenal. The fact that. He's going to take motivation in any single way. The fact that he inspired me and now I can give back any little bit to him is amazing for me. It's like, right, anything you've get, it's just returned because you've inspired me to be here. And if I can give you any motivation to help you come back, then like, off you go, Hug. Just here you go, take it all. So yeah, it was phenomenal to hear the voice message, and it literally felt like he might as well have called me. That's
I
what
know.
It felt like.
Yeah, it felt like that. It felt
very
almost like
personal.
we should not be listening to this.
Yeah,
like, it was
exactly.
Very, you know what I mean?
It's
The
like
rest of the
someone
world.
leaked it. Yeah, no, it was brilliant. It was really brilliant, and I really appreciate it from him. Like, I think it's special that like the biggest star in the sport, my inspiration, someone who I looked up to as a child, is posting stuff like that. I think it's phenomenal. It's like a dream come true. Like,
I can't imagine what that must felt like, especially after everything that happened in the hour leading up to it. And then there's this guy saying, I'm down, and you're helping me out. And he's like, I want a part of your takeover. He's like, what? You're the one who created the first one. He's like, I'm joining you. Like, that's, you know, like for a young kid, I mean, I was happy for you listening to that, and it had nothing to do with me.
No, it wasn't.
And especially in the first one that he posted, it almost felt like he was humbled by the respect that you were showing him. Which is something that in the past people haven't said about Conor, right? That he's not humble, blah, 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 whatever. And so it was beautiful.
It was special, and I really took it to heart in a sense of like, even the fact he was trying to coach me, like help me, like, like that's brilliant, like, and he kind of got more into himself as it got further in. And I loved it. I loved that was his, like, he was so nice, like, and he said amazing things, and then he was helping me, and then he's like, we're going to smash everyone. They call me the single shot monster. And it was just, his character comes out, and it was amazing. And I had a good giggle at it, and I really enjoyed every second of it, and it's special.
And did he reach out to you privately?
I reached out to him privately, and I had a message to him just to say, like, thank you, like, thanks for inspiring me, and if you want to do this, let's do it. We can do it together.
So you were in the zone, but you may have heard that there was an event in Dublin on Friday, Bellator, right?
Yes, I seen,
Did you see the crowd?
I seen the crowd. The crowd.
I mean, Jesus.
Dude, so Irish people like drinking and fighting.
Yeah.
Like, they love it.
That was next level. Like, seeing them, I mean, that was...
You mix both.
Yeah.
It's a party.
Especially post-pandemic, right? People are just like jonesing to get out and celebrate. And I think that was the crowd of the year. I think the Quealy walkout was, it was incredible. It gives me chills talking about it. But it didn't go well, right?
No, it didn't.
They didn't leave happy, unfortunately. No fault of,
I mean, that's fighting, though.
Yeah.
That's fighting at the end
Did you
of the day.
watch that and say, I need to get the Irish back? Like, do you make a connection there and say, I'm not home, I'm at MSG, I need to end this weekend well for the Irish? Did you put that on yourself?
No. What other people, like, obviously, firstly, the better those guys do, the better it is for Irish MMA.
Sure.
Right? It's if we all are winning, then it looks better for Irish MMA. Every young kid that is in a gym gets more excited, more hype, and that'd be brilliant. But at the end of the day, it's fighting. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy sailing. It's anyone can win at any given time, and it only can take one shot, and it doesn't have to be from someone who's got that one shot knockout power. It can just happen. I've said this before. It's 4-ounce gloves. My nana could knock me out in a fight, potentially, like, if she lands the right shot, and that's it. It could just be the right shot. I think it's unfortunate because, I mean, James and Peter had a massive opportunity to basically take over kind of an Irish scene in Bellator and go to new heights in Bellator. But it's unfortunate, and that's fighting. But I didn't take any pressure off them. I knew at the end of the day, me winning is going to do massive things for Irish MMA, and it's going to build a lot of hype going forward, regardless of what happened. Like, we're the elite, we're the top tier promotion, and it's only been Conor, and then I'm the first successful Irish UFC fighter to win my debut since Conor. I think it is. Since Conor's last fight, like,
really?
I think so. I seen something about that saying, like, there's been no other active Irish UFC fighter that's won their debut since being signed to the UFC.
That's possible.
I think so. I don't know.
Okay.
I've seen some of that. It could be.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's the new era. It's the new era of Irish MMA. There's been one wave, and I've had Pete and Niall and all the boys back home talk about this. It's like, this is the second wave of Irish MMA, and I'm leading that way. And if me and Conor are going to do this together, it's great. Let's do it for everyone. But it's been it was phenomenal, and it's just, once I go in there and do me, nothing else matters.
Did you hear? We're all good there, Joe? Yeah. Okay. Did you hear from your mom?
Yeah.
After you called her?
Yeah, I gave them a call.
What'd they say?
I gave them a call the next morning. Because
The next morning?
Well,
Oh, 'cause it's middle of the night. Yeah.
For them, it's late at night.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
there's a 5-hour difference. So I gave them a call the next morning. They just thought they were over the moon. I mean, obviously, it's massive for them in a sense of not being able to be here. And yeah, they were just happy that I done what I said I was going to do.
Was there one, I mean, other than the Connor thing, was there one person that reached out to you or a message that you got in the aftermath that really stood out that you're like, wow, this means a lot? Because, you know, there's going to be a kid watching this now who watched you on Saturday, who's then in 7 years going to say, I was watching Ian Garry. And it's a crazy thing how this whole circle of life goes. But was there a message from someone? Before
the fight, I got a message from a friend of mine who I don't speak to that much because he's very busy and we just our paths don't cross. And he's a friend of mine. He's doing really well for himself in an Irish sport. He plays for the Dublin team, which is massive back home. Basically means you're a superstar.
Okay.
And he just sent me a message that kind of like made me think. And I'm like, wow. So when we were kids, 4 and 5 and 6 years of age, we played Gaelic football on a pitch in a park. And the pitch was called Pitch 9. And he sent me a message being like, well, lad, like from Pitch 9 to Madison Square Garden, everything's going well. And I just kind of thought, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a long time ago, but it's also not at the same time. It's like, I can remember every single part of my childhood and everything that's got me to where I am now. And it just kind of made me sit back and go, wow. And one of the Cage Warriors guys sent us, producers, sent Layla a message about me because he didn't want to message me. And it got me proper emotional. He was just saying like, this is like my destiny. Like I've just got to show up and do it. And it was a stunning message. And it was more just, I haven't been on my phone since the fight really. It's more just this, there's a couple of messages before the fight that made me kind of, again, added to that feeling of overwhelming. It's overwhelmingness. It was just beautiful. And like the support has been amazing. The hype has been brilliant. And it's all just falling into place. I've told you, this is a destiny. It's written. I just got to show up and do it. And it's just, for me, it's just enjoyable. I've just got to do it all over again now.
I can see you glowing.
It's enjoyable.
The smile, you can't even remove it from your face. So in your mind, the next step on this journey, the next step in the destiny, right? Are we done for the year? Do you think you'll fight again this year?
I mean, I'd love to fight again this year, but I don't think we're gonna. I think what we're gonna do.
You're all healthy, right? I'm assuming.
Everything's good. Yeah. We're good. We're going to take a break. I want to learn more now. So obviously I'm young and I've got loads of time in the sport. I don't want to rush back into a second fight. So I want to fight probably like April or May.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if you think about it, I want to go home to Dublin.
Yeah.
I want to see my friends and family. I want to enjoy the holidays.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back to Florida because I'm based in Florida. And I'm going to spend a lot of time with Henry and the guys at Sanford. And I want to get that wrestling nailed down with Greg Jones because there's so much potential for me and him to just change my wrestling because he's an amazing coach. And there's just so much I can learn in that gym. 12 weeks is what I spent there for this fight, and it wasn't enough because there's so much I can learn. You give me 3-4 months there, I'm going to be a completely different fighter. I'm going to refine skills, and it's the little things that matter, like about like keeping my elbows in when I'm throwing, twisting my hands, little small things that will take me from being a great fighter to being amazing and just fixing those and just constantly working on them. So I want to work to be better because I have so much potential to grow between each fight. 4 months. I'm still going to fight 3 times a year every year. The debute's done. Let's take some time. Let's relax. Let's enjoy this. Next year I'll fight 3 times. I'll fight April, May. I'll fight June, July, or August, and then I'll fight the end of the year again. That'll be my 3, and I'll continue that. Every single year, I will fight very active. If a short notice comes up at any point in between them,
there's no need.
I'll see what happens. But I'm going to make sure that I've got 4 months between every fight to grow as an athlete, to grow as a competitor, to learn, to just invest any amount of time that I can think of in something that's going to benefit me down the line. Everything has changed for this fight. Like, it was the hardest fight camp of my career. I had the best diet of my career. Everything was changing and everything was better and better and better and better and better. And it's just like, everything can always improve.
Right.
We can always improve anything. So I want to be a perfectionist. I want to seek whatever it is that I can get better at and improve it. And I don't need to jump in right now. The hype is there. So when I come back, whatever time it may be, I'm going to be active. I'm going to grow, and I'm going to learn so fast that it's just going to propel me up the ranks even faster. So that's why when I say I want to take it slow, it's going to go fast anyway because of the person who I am, because of the charisma, because of the character, because of the fight style. It's going to go fast, but I'm gonna do my best to slow it down so that I'm not rushing.
It makes sense. You're 23 for God's sake. When's your birthday?
Yeah. 10 days.
10 days time.
11
Okay.
days, yeah.
All right.
17th November. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. All right. So you're 24.
Nearly 24.
Right. Nearly 24. Do you have an opponent? Is there someone like?
Honestly, no. There's no. I've not thought of it. No. I've not thought of an opponent.
Some of your Irish media friends were throwing out Mickey Gall. I saw some Nicholas Dalby's out there.
Again, it does.
You don't have any sort of preference. It doesn't matter.
If they want to do it, let's do it. Like there's no like. At the end of the day, the UFC are going to send me a contract with a name on it.
Right.
I'm going to sign it. I'm going to send it back. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't care who it is. I don't care who's talking online about I beat him, I beat that. Talking online, shit on Twitter doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
You can talk all you want on Twitter, but at the end of the day, unless you reach out to Dana, Sean, or Mick, that doesn't bother me. Like, if you want to fight, get onto the guys, and we'll see what we can do.
Do you? And by the way, guys, do I hear people talking in here? Who's this? Oh, you know what? You know who it is? It's Cheeto, who's next. I was like, who's talking in my headphones? Because he's up next.
Yeah,
Did you hear that? I was like, who's talking?
Yeah.
If we could just kill that. I'm going to talk to Cheeto. He's going to have his moment in a second. And I appreciate him and you for coming in. So, all right. So you're open to that. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just you and Layla. You don't have a manager, right?
Me and Layla.
Yeah.
Manager.
Yeah.
We run my own manager.
How many people have reached out to you in the last time? I bet you every manager is like...
You know what? I haven't a clue. We've kind of stayed off our phones.
Oh, man. They're all reaching out.
We've kind of been off our phones, really, since then. We've kind of just... We try to be present in the moment. And, like, when we're going from interview to interview and doing things, we kind of have to be on our phone on fight week.
Of course.
So we just wanted to take yesterday to just kind of relax and spend time and just be in the moment and be present. I can imagine it's insane. We haven't looked, but yeah, we run so we set up my management company. So it's the Future Group, and together, me and her run it. So we are my manager, and she's got the brains, like, and all the creative ideas, and I'll say yes or no to anything that I want to do or don't want to do. She'll advise me, and that's it. But at the end of the day, it's all my decisions on who I want to work with, what I want to do, where we want to go with it. And we both talk together and we work as a team, and that's why it's pretty special. It's like, right, who on earth is going to back me more than the person who I'm choosing to spend my life with?
Yeah.
We work well together, and it's why it's like she's fucking amazing at what she does.
Well, my dealings with her, just booking you on the show, have been nothing short of amazing. But like when it comes time to negotiate with Dana and those guys, you are going to go in there with her and do your thing. That's the way you want it.
In there. She can go in there on her own. She's more than capable of doing that on her own.
I love it.
So, like 100%, she could. I would have the utmost confidence if I went to her. You just go in there and deal with that, and she'd be like, all right. She will do everything.
That's great.
Everything right. She's a perfectionist. She does everything perfect.
We need more female managers in this game now. She's not your prototypical one because obviously there's a relation. But I can't even think. I might be missing out. I can't even think of one.
I don't know.
At the moment.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we
Are you going to look to make a big, like, are you going to look to sign other fighters?
No.
It's just you guys.
Just about me.
Okay.
Yeah, we want it to be specifically designed around me and everything that I'm doing, because at the end of the day, look, whatever manager's doing out there, great, cool, perfect. But at the end of the day, I don't want to give, we're in a world now where social media is taking over, and unfortunately having a good social media affects fighting and stuff like that. And it's just the way the world is. It's technology driven. And she has such a good understanding and such good context that we don't need someone else coming in. And also, I'd rather keep the 20% and do it ourselves, you know what I mean? Or whatever it is they're looking for. If people want to come in and try help us and we do a deal together, maybe, but it's specifically designed around me. Just me. And I don't want, maybe afterwards we might venture it. When I'm done my career, maybe we might go, right, well, we built up these connections. Why don't we pick someone else? Maybe. We don't know. But for right now and for my entire career, it's just going to be about me, because that's all that matters, is me. Yeah. And if we put all our focus into me, then everything else will figure itself out around us. But that's where we make most of our money in this sport. Is like me and her we do it well, we do it right, and that's why we're not worried about bonuses or money or fight money. It's like we make our money outside the cage. You run a successful business together, and we're going to keep growing that alongside my fighting career. And that's
when do you leave? When do you leave New York?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
We leave tomorrow.
Back to Florida or back to Ireland?
We're going to go back to London first, and
More media?
Oh, probably. Probably. Do you know what? I don't complain about media. I love media. I love talking. I love meeting people. And like, do you know what? It's an absolute pleasure to be here twice.
Oh my God.
With the amount of times I've sat here and watched your show and been like, oh, one day I'm going to be on Ariel. One day I'm going to be on Ariel. And then even the fact that like you were tweeting about me on my fights and stuff like that, it's like, oh, we're going to happen. It's like, even moments like this add to the whole sensation of the overwhelming is what I was saying. I'm going to come back the next time whenever it is I fight. I'm hoping it'll be in Vegas. I want to fight in Vegas next.
Yeah.
But like, nothing's going to faze me because it cannot get bigger than this week. Like, it literally can't. The hype that was on me, the stage that was presented, the red carpet was rolled out, and I went in and I done my job. And no matter what, even if there was a little bit of kind of a rocky start, it still ended the right way.
Right.
And now we're going to go into the next time, wherever it may be on the planet, and it's just going to be plain sailing from here on out, and it's going to be a fucking spectacle.
I love it, man. I'm so happy for you. Honestly, congratulations.
Thank you.
And it's fun just watching this whole thing. I mean, the way you present yourself, the exuberance, the excitement, the story from the beginning, the first time I met you online, introduced you, your grandfather, that story was just a great moment in its own right.
Yeah.
And now to see it all unfold in front of our eyes, and then you nail the promo. And I mean, this is magical stuff. So I hope you have a chance to enjoy it. I hope you have a happy holidays with your family back home. And I can't wait for the next one.
Thank you.
I can't wait. And thank you for the kind words, and thanks for coming in again. I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here, and just it's like a good cherry on top of the weekend to come back in. And after we said it, I was like, I'll come back in after my knockout.
Yes.
Don't you worry. So it's like a cherry.
I was wondering. We'll talk in 10 fights. Everyone says they always want to talk, but then in 10 fights they get a little jaded. So we'll see if you get jaded towards the media.
Come here, look. I'm a media dream.
Trust me, I know.
Media goal.
Yeah.
So I am never going to take
see.
an avenue of I'm not going to do media. It helps the branding. It helps our company. It's what we need.
I wish they all thought like you.
Well, here's the truth. They're not as smart as
us. That's right.
You know what I mean? We fight better. We do business better. And we're going to succeed in life.
Appreciate it. Joe's going to walk you out. There he is. Thank you so much, Ian. You're the man.
So
thank you.
Take care.
Congratulations. Enjoy it. Thank you for coming in. And thank you for the shirt.
Anytime.
There he is, Ian Garry, the future. Bang. Look at that. Bang. The man. That was fun. Thank you very much to him. Thank you to Layla and Lee. Layla Ali is an actual boxer. I was reading a text here. I think you may have heard of her father, Muhammad Ali. No, but his fiance has been great as well to deal with. So thank you very much to the both of them. True pros, and very excited for his future. I don't think he's the future. I think he's the present now. After that debut, gave us a lot to chew on, weathered the storm, and then came back and was able to finish Jordan Williams in the first round with a second left, and then nailed the post. Nailing the post-fight promo is not easy, and he did it with ease. So very impressive stuff. All right, I think our next in-studio guest is actually here, which is very exciting. We were supposed to have him on, I think, last week, but it got a little too hectic, and I like this better. One of my favorites in the game. Is he here? Is Chito here? Is the pride of Ecuador here? I think I've been hearing. Yeah. Hey, there he is, my man, Chito Vera in the house. Please come on in. This is my office. Yay. Madison Square Garden is one thing. This is different, my friend. How are you? How you feeling?
Good, bro.
Thank you
Good
so
seeing
much.
you.
Please have a seat. Man, you're the coolest, Chito.
Oh man.
Thank you for doing this.
This is rad, man.
This is cool, right?
This is where everything starts, right?
I mean, you said it, not me. I don't want to be that guy.
Well, it's good energy.
It is good energy.
A lot of
here.
MMA here.
A lot of people hate on this, but all we do is we support the sport.
But you know what I say about the haters. I give you a good intro the other day.
Yeah. They make us famous.
Yeah, fuck
F them. Yes, that's right.
Or F them, sorry.
F them, you could say I'm known to swear as well. I like this shirt, by the way. Destroy racism. Racist people are not my type of people. Respect.
We all cool. We all equal.
I mean, I don't know about equal. What you did on Saturday was pretty damn special. I can't do that, but I get what you're saying. We all bleed the same. We all go to the bathroom the same. We sleep the same.
Bones, forearms. We can all do it. It's just matter to set your mind and go and do it. You know, like walk the walk is one different thing, and we did it Saturday night. I'm happy with the performance. I'm excited, and I'm glad the fight didn't win like just a quick fight, because quick fights you really don't learn much for it. And I'm glad we have that first round. I defend a couple of takedowns. I got takedown, and even then I feel like land more from the bottom anyway, which I know I lost the round, but going to the second, my battery was fully charged, and I can tell he was like...
You can tell he was tired?
Well, it's hard because I don't let them posture up. Like, I see a lot of people like they kind of like want to stand up instead of like work first. And I did my job. I clinched him in the ground and I landed some heavy elbows.
You did. You did. No, it was a great performance, and then the finish was spectacular. But I feel like we're going too quickly here. Tell me about the week. What was it like, Matt? Because you told me, we were talking on the phone, I think last week, and you said like Madison Square Garden. This means a lot, and I know you're a fight historian. You love combat, so just to be a part of this, what was it like?
I wake up every day excited. Normally, you know, you're a little tired. It's fight with the nerves, but MSG just brought that bright morning, like, you know, when you're in your first UFC or your second UFC fight and you're like, everything is cool, every interview. Yeah, when you got 18 fights in the UFC, you're like, okay, you're gonna ask me the same questions. Are you ready? Blah, blah, whatever. MSG brought that, like, I was in a fucking hell of a space in my mind. I was happy. And all of that is because I knew I was ready. I trained my ass off. I did everything I could do. Listen to my nutritionist, listen to the coaches, go to bed on time, wake up and grind. Like, that's what I do year round. Doesn't matter who I'm fighting or where I'm fighting, but MSG it's MSG. How many shows a year they have an MSG? One. Mm-hmm. It's been a while since COVID. Mm-hmm. I came in the comeback, so everything, even my workouts on the week, I plan everything. I changed my workouts on like 100 times in my mind, but I was just trying to find perfection. Even if you cannot never reach it, I was just trying to make it as cool as possible, and it's been great so far. I love it, but it's in the past now.
What was your walkout song? Remind me.
It was a remix. It was a Cypress Hill song, but with a DJ make a remix, and it was pretty cool.
And what was the significance? You were just looking for a song?
Just good rhythm.
Okay.
Good rhythm. Turn me up.
Did you feel like the people were against you in there because you were going after, I mean...
Oh, a legend.
Yeah, legend, New Jersey guy.
Doesn't matter. When, I don't know if you read my lips or whatever, but when in the weigh-ins, when I went to hug Joe Rogan, I was like, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like, if it's all you versus me in the street, yes, I'm gonna get killed. When the cage is locked, I know my focus is pretty good. Doesn't matter. They can F me, they can say, they whatever. They want me dead. Doesn't matter. It's just me and that guy in the cage, and one is gonna smile and one is gonna cry.
What's the vibe like? I saw they gave you the jersey. You were rocking that yesterday.
I love it.
But UFC Espanol, they show you love, and I don't want to be that guy. They said it was a Brooklyn Nets jersey on the UFC Espanol Twitter.
Oh.
I was like, come on, guys. That's like sacrilegious for us Knicks fans. They said, I didn't want to call it out, but I was like, Brooklyn Nets.
It was a mistake. I know the guy from UFC Espanol.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Sweetheart.
Yeah. So I didn't want to be that guy, but it was not Brooklyn. It's New York Knicks. That's a magical jersey right there. You got that before the fight or after the fight, that video?
Well, wait a minute. I wasn't getting a shirt. The shirt is only for the top
for real?
4 fights. I was like, yo, I want a shirt.
Oh, that's awesome.
My manager,
Jason,
cool guy,
yeah,
great guy, contact them and say, hey, this guy want a shirt. And I wasn't expecting it, and they brought me to the locker room.
Oh, where the Knicks locker room is?
No, they brought me their shirt when I was warming
gotcha.
up.
Yeah.
And I was like, really? Right now? Holy shit. Yes, because you got the number of the event.
268. Your name.
Fucking bear right in the back, making the family proud. I was like, hey, think about it. 10 years ago, you were in Ecuador just wandering around if one day you will put a step on the UFC, a foot in the UFC. Now, I'm happy, dude. I'm a happy man.
Beautiful. The finish, that's something that you worked on. You saw the opening. I mean, that was, again, MMA historian. That was Anderson Silva. That was Lyoto Machida. That's what it reminded me of in the moment.
There's a few of those.
Yeah, not that many.
Yeah. We we work like Parillo make me work a lot of like things down the pipe or under. Just because this guy's a wrestler, you throw a big right hook and he's gonna come right under that and shoot, right? So he told me one thing. He's like, you will see everything. Stay focused. You have a really good reflex. Just make him pay everything. Like for everything he taught you, you have to let something go. And the creeping, the walking out, the like just walk him down. That's something I love to do. I don't like to like do all this dance. I go after you, and I'm pretty decent at like finding you. Like a lot of people just chase you like that. You will never catch the guy. I was on front the whole fight, and that gets your heart rate up. And that's something that I'm glad I'm working with a guy like Parillo. Like he leveled me up, and he continues on doing that. Like last night we were at dinner, and I was asking him like, okay, cool, the fight's gone. What you want me to do now? What you think I have to improve? And he's like, and we have like a 45-minute conversation. And then he was like, okay, we'll go back to the basics. We'll go back to the gym and we keep working on the same. And then we add a little layer each fight. I'm like, let's do it.
Did you see the picture? I think we have the picture. Did you see the picture? The picture of Frankie's face?
It's a fucked up picture. Yeah. I don't post it.
How do you feel about, so there's the picture, and I saw even some people were saying like, you shouldn't have posted. Well, how do you feel when you see that?
It's fucked up.
You don't like it?
I put it like this. It's him or me, right?
Right.
So I always talk like this. It's my family.
Yeah.
That I gotta bring the bread home against your family. It's like, I'm sorry. Fuck you for that. I'm gonna do everything to do it for my family, for my loved ones. And that's what we're fighting for that. We're fighting for a better future, for a better of everything at our homes. But it's a fucked up picture. Like I don't post that picture. Everybody's tagging me. And even when people, I don't think I haven't, even in the stories, I don't even want to reply that one. Just, the guy's still having a family, the guy's still having a life. And that was Saturday night. So for me, how I see things, Saturday night was special. It will be in my heart forever. But I don't live from that memory. Like those 3 minutes of fame that you're cool. A lot of people make that mistake and then they go downhill because they think they will be in that position forever. That fight's gone. Monday morning came, I'm back in the horse. Like my mind is already thinking ahead. I'm gonna fight somebody else. This fight doesn't matter. I'm already thinking on what's coming. And going back to the picture, it's a fucked up picture. And it's almost like if I post it, I feel like it's a little disrespectful.
Yeah, no, I get it.
If that's me at the end of the rope, and the guy posts it, I don't really care. I got a thick skin. I'm like, yeah, I'm a loser. I gotta get better. I gotta figure it out. But I wouldn't do it.
Some people were upset by the flipping of the bird.
I know. I can explain that. But
tell us.
At the end of the day, even if I explained it, some people don't understand that. This is what happened. The round 2 end, right? And I was literally running at him like with flurry of punches, and I throw a head kick right at the buzzer, right? And the referee like literally jumping between us. And then, normally people shake hands when the round is over. They just look at each other. They go chest to chest, whatever. He went and kind of like give me that look like, yeah, you wanna hurt me, whatever. Like I'm here to fight. And of course, I cannot just look away and I don't want to have eye contact with you. I believe that's getting defeated mentally. So I kind of like locked my eyes on his eyes, and I was like, what? And then he kept looking at me, so I was like, you know what? Fuck you. Those are mind games. Right. We're fighting. Right. We're in a fist fight. We're not playing any games. So I was like, in that period of time, I was thinking, if I look down and walk away, he's gonna be like, oh, he's weak. He give up in this little exchange. I'm like, that's not me. I'm gonna face fire with fire, and I don't mind getting in there. So that was it. A lot of people get mad about it. A lot of people, not even a lot. I haven't received much message about it, but people is like, oh, that's disrespectful. He's a legend. I'm like, yeah, the legend wanna kick my ass. Guess what? I will do everything in my hands to make sure my hands is gonna be right. But it's just a moment, We won. We got the fight going on. So
I thought you were paying homage to your Twitter name because you have the middle finger.
Oh, that's just because the eye,
Yeah, I know. Well, I just thought that was your.
That's just for fuck around.
I know.
But like flipping on him wasn't personal. But we're fighting. Like,
you say anything to each other after the fight?
I went straight to him, grabbed him by the face. I'm like, hey man, I didn't mean to disrespect you. It's just the fighting, and we're being mean at each other. We're trying to fuck up each other. So I'm like, I respect you as who you are, how you handle yourself, and I'm sorry again. I'm not that person. I don't handle myself like that. I want to say I'm sorry and thanks for the opportunity, because that he couldn't say I don't want to fight you.
Right.
I want something higher rank. So I say thanks for that, but
what do you
people
say?
don't understand. Oh, he was like, he congrats me and we hug it out.
Yeah.
But he's a gentleman.
Yeah.
And I'm a wild gentleman. I'm younger too, so it's like I'm doing everything to become a world champion. He already had that on him, so he can live okay the rest of his life. He's a former world champion at 155. I'm trying to reach. How many people try and they never make it? He's already did it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get there one day. So that statement, I say that time and time. I'm making a statement. I don't talk too much about a fight. I don't say too much. I just prepare for make it big, and thank God it was huge.
It is crazy to think of him at 155. Like, you look bigger than him in there.
Yeah.
Like how small he is at 135.
Yeah.
To think that he was fighting guys at 155.
He's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
He's a real one. Like, he's not a guy that is talking shit, getting too fancy, too flashy. He's the real deal. He's a grinding wrestler, and he's still good. He's still good. He can box. He moves well. He's quick. I'm just a little younger and a little hungry. And the way I work, I don't care who's in front of me. I know I'm prepared every time I'm a step in.
Greatest moment for you in the UFC so far, Saturday?
100%.
Not even close.
MSG, former champion, New York shirt.
Yeah.
So, can't be better than that, It's huge for me. That's why when they called me with the opportunity, I was like, send the paper.
Right.
Like, I don't want to say yes, so it goes to them. I'm like, send papers right now. Like, you cannot decline opportunities that big in life, because life will make you pay for that when you let them go.
I noticed, and correct me if I'm right here, did the president of Ecuador tweet about you?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
It's huge.
What the heck? Do you know this person?
Tell
me his name. Sorry, I don't want to mess it up.
Guillermo Lazo.
Yes.
I know the family. Like, I don't know them personally, but I know who they are.
President of Ecuador is tweeting about you.
Yeah, last fight he did too.
He did last time.
People is just excited about it.
They love you.
Like, you see how I carry the flag?
Yeah.
I bring it to Wayne. I'm Ecuadorian from deep down in my bones, and I love where I came from. And the reason I feel I'm here right now is because I will never forget where I came from. I know what it takes to be here. This is not like some of my friends call the UFC, like, hey, hook it up, giving that. It's just constantly working, don't stop, failing, standing up, and keep pushing forward. And that's why I'm here. Like, and it's because where I came from, like, just seeing my family, how they work, my dad, how he give us everything so we can be okay. I just continue to do that. It's in my soul. Never stop.
Can you tell me about where you came from? Like, what was life like? What was your childhood like in Ecuador?
It was pretty good, fun actually. Like, it was like I'm from Chone. Chone is a small town in Ecuador. It's not a city. We don't have much there. It's like my dad used to have a farm or a shrimp farm, and
what kind of farm? Shrimp?
Shrimp, yeah.
Really?
Like the big pools with shrimps, and
wow.
Once, twice a year you let the water go and take all the shrimp out and then redo it.
Okay.
And there's nothing. We were like mid class, but we still living in the neighborhood. Like 2 houses next to me, like it was like really poor people.
Wow.
It's like you have that touch, like like, okay, my dad leave every day to work so I can have clothes and go to school. Those kids, the dads are hustling for them, but they're a little lower than that. So that means like you gotta appreciate what you have. You have food, you have a roof, and maybe have good common sense. I understand since I was a kid, like my parents are doing everything for me. Even if I was a little shit, I was getting in problems all the time.
Like what?
Street fight, breaking things, just throwing rocks at the windows.
Why?
Just for fun. Just like,
to be...
Just like this. Let me see this. Black. Oh, I broke it. And then I get in trouble.
You were delinquent?
A lot.
Why? Why do you think?
Just for fun.
Did you want the attention?
Maybe. I want to be cool, maybe.
Right. Did you have siblings?
I'm the youngest one. I got the most attention, so I don't know why.
How many above you?
Two, my sister and my brother.
Okay. And you're the one causing all, or were they causing trouble too?
No, they're angels. They go to college. They don't have tattoos.
Wow.
They speak well. They don't cause.
And you were the trouble. Did you get arrested?
Like twice.
Twice.
Street fight.
Okay.
Street. But like 3 hours in there and then get out of here.
What are your parents saying when you're getting arrested?
My dad, one time, one of his friends used to be like high whatever in the policeman, and then they call my dad like, "Hey, you're a kid here. What you want me to do? You want me to like make him sleep there?" It's like what? My dad is a hard guy. Like he will make me pay for any mistake. He's not a guy that if I will fucked up, he will be like, you know what, you're good. He will make me pay.
Wow.
And that's why I learn. I make a lot of mistakes, but I learn. I'm like, you touch fire, you get burned.
You didn't go to college?
Never.
Did you graduate high school?
Yes.
You did. You had no interest in college?
Never.
Because at that point you wanted to be a fighter?
Even before fighting, I was like, this is not for me. I couldn't find myself in high school. I was like, I don't know how people can come here and read 10 pages and memorize that, and then the next day put all the answers and then forget about it. I'm like, is that good for life?
Right.
And then in my head, I was like, I want to be like my dad. I want to have a farm. I want to work. I want to do things and progress. That's why I become a successful fighter, because I can wake up out of bed, being tired, feeling bad, whatever, body hurts, but I know how to put in work. And then I also know how to recover. Like if it's too much, you step a little back. But maybe just like seeing my dad, how he lived his life, is because I'm living my life this way.
Who introduces you to fighting?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I was just getting on street fights with the homeless kids just for fun and getting my ass kicked. It's not like I was a bully that win fights. No, I was getting whooped.
Why did you do it?
I just keep coming. I was a little pit bull. And they would laugh about it. Like they were like, these guys really want to go again? Like literally you just got your ass kicked like 15 minutes ago. Go home, clean up.
Back.
I was go back.
So who introduces you to MMA?
My neighbor, like literally in front of my house. One day we were like getting ready to go to the beach and surf, because we used to surf being kids. I still surfing, but he's like, hey, did you know like Masvidal and Vanderlei Silva? And I was like, no. And then he went to YouTube and put some private fights, and I was like, holy fuck, they get paid for that? Like, are they? Oh yeah, they're super famous. Look, these magazines. And I was like, okay, I guess I find. And literally, his older brother one day told me like, hey, I go to this jiu-jitsu gym. If you're interested. I was like, when? How much? $60 a month. I asked my dad for the money. When? Pay. They're like, you don't want the 3-day try? No. I want to be a UFC fighter. They were like, who you are? And then I went to the jiu-jitsu coach and I'm like, hey man, like today I start and I already paid for the month and I want to be a UFC fighter. And he was like, okay, weirdo. Did you train before? Like, what's your background? Nothing, but I just want it. I was like, yeah, right. From that day, I don't stop ever again.
Wow.
I don't, not even, like, we were kids. You party, you go surfing, you skateboarding, whatever. I put everything behind. And I will get at home after high school, eat lunch, literally change my shirt, because I don't want to be with my school shirt. I want to make it of this. Somebody can take me out of the community I live, get the bus, a couple miles down, go to the gym. And at night, I just ask one of the adults guys, like, hey guys, can you drop me back home? And they will drop me back.
Wow.
Every day.
No more getting into trouble.
No more. Once I start training, no more drinking, no more surfing, no more going with my friends out. They were like, dude, are you okay? I was like, dude, this party's gonna be, I don't care.
Wow. How old are you?
I was 17 when I started training.
What year is this?
How
old are you now?
28.
So 11 years ago.
You do that.
2010.
There you go.
All right.
And then there's funny, like, like Twitter sometimes remind you things.
Yeah.
There was a tweet for like 2009, 2010 that I was like, I will never stop training.
Wow.
And people was like kind of like making fun of me, like, dude, like you just are trying to avoid college. You don't want this. I'm just like, I want this. Like, I really, like, people don't understand how much you want it.
Why do you think it meant so much to you?
I swear I don't know. Like, normally you have your uncle is a pro boxer and you're like, oh, that's cool. I don't have none like that. Like, my family is normal. They go to college, they drink on the weekends, they party a little bit, they barbecue. I was the one that was like, no, I want to be a UFC fighter. It's crazy. Like, I don't know from where. Like, I don't grow up watching it.
Those dudes at the gym, do they know what you're doing now? Like, do you still keep in contact?
I'm cool with all of them.
They know that you're Chito Vera who just won at MSG. That must be wild for that guy, that jiu-jitsu coach that you went up to and said,
I talked to him like
really?
2 days ago. Like, he congrats me. I was like, thanks, coach. Appreciate you.
That is wild.
And everybody there is like, people sometimes like, dude, we really thought you were like a Miss Bullet. Like, you would just like land somewhere and just be a fuck off forever. And,
At what point do you realize, like, I'm actually going to do this. I am going to make it to the UFC. It's one thing to say it when you're just like a punk
100%.
kid. When do you start to actually believe that this is going to happen?
I fought 3 times in Ecuador. I won all 3 by submission. 2 by submission, 1 by decision. But that was just local. Like, those were like, you're fighting the homie that is training for 2 weeks. But I was really trying. Then I get offered a fight in Panama outside of the country against a guy that he have a bad record, but he's still like over 20 fights.
Right.
And then real show, like real MMA show, like weights, everything. That my first time making 35, I didn't know how to do it, so I was eating yogurt and cornflakes without sugar for like 3 months.
Wow.
I was just, I was a kid.
Yeah.
Let's see how I can lose 10 pounds. Went to that fight and I won the fight. Like, it was a hard fight. I got like kind of like beat up a little bit for a round and a half, and then I started to cover, and then third round I choke him out with a triangle choke. And then I was like, okay, I'm like the first guy getting off the country, winning a fight. Things are like making sense, but that's still 4 fights. And then after that fight, I basically, what I would do, I would like in Facebook, like, just contact every single promotion in South America. Like, literally 50 different Facebook pages. I would be like, hey guys, I'm a 145er. I would like to fight for you guys. I fight for free. Don't give me air for nothing. Just give me like a poster, like, you give me a fight for sure. And I go out and ask sponsors, and I'm like, hey, you want to pay for airfare? You want to pay for my ticket, for this and that? And
why free?
Easy.
Yeah,
It's
you were just
easy
trying to get in the door.
because there's the max pay I got around there was like $500
Okay.
for main event in Peru. And then it was like, I was thinking like, instead of like trying to like get 600-700, these guys are not making how much they make the gate.
Right.
So I was like, give me the fight for free. I beat 10 guys in a row. The UFC called me. And then I started making real money. So like, everybody was like being too like, oh, I won 700 or 1-on-1. It's like, dude, they're not making no money. You won't make money. I was thinking, I was trying to be smart out myself. Like, I fight for free or like for $300, make it easy. And then the UFC called me at some point. I was just desperate for being the UFC. I swear I was like, I would wake up every morning and saying like, okay, let's one more day of work just to be in this fucking company. I love it with my life. I was like, I need to be there. And, friends would ask me like, hey, what about if this organization call you?
Yeah.
Or the second one call you? I'm like, I say no. Is it UFC or nothing? I go and work at the farm. I start a business. This work ethic is for anything. I can do anything I want, and I'm pretty sure I can do it right. But I like to fight for the UFC.
Did you turn down anyone else?
They never
too
called
early,
me.
yeah.
The UFC just called me for the
Ultimate Fighter. Yeah. When you got that call for Ultimate Fighter,
I almost crashed. I actually
you were driving?
I was driving.
Oh no.
And there was like, hey, this is an agency from Mexico. We are hired by the UFC. When they say UFC, I literally hit the car, popped the tire.
No way.
Oh, I was freaking out. My body was like, that was the highest natural high. I was like, what's going on? Like, I'm like, hey, if this is a joke, I'm gonna kick your ass. Like, I'm not playing around. No, we're with the UFC, blah blah blah. I was getting mad because I was like, they keep telling me they were with the UFC, but they were with the UFC. And I was like, okay, what's the deal? It's like, look, you're gonna get in South America program, whatever. We send you to this location in Albuquerque. I was like, Jackson's, because I was a nerd.
Yeah.
It's like, Jackson's MMA? No way. Are you sending me there? Yeah, you're gonna be there, and then there's two options. You get a straight shot to the UFC, or you go to the Ultimate Fighter. I was literally getting off my friend's studio. He took a couple pictures to defend my 145 belt in Mexico against an ex-Bellator fighter. I don't remember his name. And, I was stuck. I was like, I win this fight. It's in Mexico. I'm right there. And then when these people called me, I already had booked 6 fights back-to-back.
Jeez.
Every 2 months. Costa Rica, Panama, Mexico, Peru. Like,
by yourself you did this?
Everything.
Okay.
I was like I was like every day. Oh, we don't have an opponent. 55, but give me anything. Just give me a fight. I go. It was everything for what I'm sitting right now, And I drove home and I told my wife, like, hey, I'm gonna leave to Albuquerque for 6 months. She's like, what do you mean? Our daughter was a baby. And she's like, the UFC called me. She's like, go, yeah, cool. Like
I was just about to ask you if you were married and what your wife thought of you leaving, and apparently she was okay with it.
She was like, dude, you've been doing everything for this. She was bummed about it. She was like, oh, you're going to leave me? We never leave each other.
Right.
Like, normal humans don't get to do these things of like, leave the home for a year and be like, hey, like, sometimes you have to do hard things to have a big reward. Mm-hmm. The normal human is just going to, 9 to 4 job and cool, I just accept life how it is. For us, when we were kids, she was with me in my first pro fight.
Wow.
When I fought my first pro fight, she was my nutritionist.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Is that her job or?
No, she was giving me marshmallows with ketchup.
Come on.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, we've been together forever.
I could tell and maybe I'm, looking into it, obviously I like you a lot and I follow you on social media and stuff. I can see there's a great relationship between you and your wife. Like, you guys are best friends.
We know each other, like,
right?
Till the bone.
Right. Sometimes you could tell it's real, sometimes you could tell it's fake. With you guys, you seem like best friends.
I met her in 4th grade.
Wow.
When I moved from the small town from Chone to Guayaquil, which is a better city, you got more opportunities, better schools. Like, I literally came from the farm to the city, right? And kids would make fun of me. Like, the way I talk was different. I was more like country. And they were like, oh, they would laugh about it. But I always have personality. Somebody laugh about it, I just give them the middle finger. And then she told me, like, we started dating in high school a couple years later. But she told me, like, when you move from there to 4th grade, like, I was in love with them. I was like, no, you're bullshitting me. And she's still swearing by it.
Wow.
So I was like, well, where it was meant to be.
And you've been together ever since?
We've been together. We are going to be 10 years married this January, and we've been overall 15 years.
Wow. That is incredible. The other thing that I noticed, again, I tried to read people. When I look at Marlon Vera, when we first met you in the UFC days, there is a different confidence about you now. You are not the same guy.
No,
even like the beard, the hair, but just the way you conduct yourself is a lot. I was watching an interview that you did with a young journalist named Nick Baldwin, and it probably was, I don't know,
in the gym. He came to the gym.
In the gym. This is like 8 years ago or so.
Maybe
was 7 years ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
You're a different guy, and I say this with the utmost respect. Like, the confidence is oozing out of you. You don't care. You walk around. You wear that shirt. Like, you don't give an F.
I know why. Back then, you are kind of like worried to do things. I'm like, if I say this, I'm gonna lose friends. The company might be mad, and you don't have to be a dick or say or have to say bad things. But a lot of people, they don't get off the shelf just because they're scared of failing. Mm-hmm. Back then, I was on a shelf. I was like, okay, I don't want to be too funny because I want to be queer, or I don't want to like express myself because they want to say like you're nobody. There was a point that you just have to meet in the middle and be like, hey, fuck it. Nobody can be better if you're yourself. Everybody most likely these days try to be something else or be like somebody else. Like, they go like, who got more followers? Who's more famous? Years ago, I figured out like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be myself. If you like it, hug it. If you don't like it,
what's the turning point?
Away.
When do you get that epiphany?
it's hard to say when exactly I kind of like tell the world, like, you know what, I'm gonna be myself. But it's like, I think we all know what, because I can lie to you. I can tell you everything about me and fake it, and you can believe it. We cannot lie to ourselves. You know when you're, doing things wrong or good. And I just didn't feel happy being in a shelf. I wanna, get out of there and be like, I'm gonna do things. I'm gonna be a world champion. If you like me, cool. If you believe in me, cool. If you're not, fuck it. I'm gonna still going through. And it's up to us to make that move. Like, a lot of people have that issue. A lot of people is like, they're a little weirded out. They're like, oh, I don't wanna like go too quick in the fight. I'm scared to get KO. If you're prepared, there's none of that. And I probably start working harder and, don't be shy in the gym, and don't, like, now I only want to train with people that is like 10 times ahead of me. When I'm grappling, I'm going with world champions. I'm not grappling with my friends in the garage. I'm working with like, savages in all areas. Pro boxers, come on, kick my ass. Let me see what I got. I gotta know if I'm ready. And I'm honest with myself. If I'm fighting a guy like Frankie, I gotta bring a guy, a young wrestler that is gonna beat me all day. And I would never beat him. But I know I'm gonna be prepared for this fight. If I'm fighting next time a kickboxer, a lot of people get comfy, feel good in that safe zone. I'm always in the edge. You gotta expand your limits, your mind, everything, just to advance in life and get better.
When you go back home, what is it like now?
Oh, it's wild.
Yeah?
Last time I went was 2019.
Oh.
Couldn't put a foot out.
Wow.
And that was after the Andre Ewell fight.
Yeah. Now.
All the good fights happened already. And many more to come.
Yeah.
But
Are you planning on going home?
I've been stuck here because of my visa. I'm trying to get a green card. I think we just get transferred to the O1, which is in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'm in a good spot right now. I just don't know if I can leave at the moment. I tried to go for a surf trip after the fight with David Grant, like for 1 week, like literally the week after the fight, surf for 1 week, come back to, I call it training camp. I'm in training camp forever. Doesn't matter if I'm fighting or not. I'm in the gym. And then my lawyer was like, hey, bro, you can't go. And I was like, okay, whatever. But I got the beach, like walking distance from my house. But the waves were perfect. And I love surfing.
So at some point, I mean, when you come home,
it's going to be wild.
When's the last time you saw your parents?
They come often. My dad came for the David Grant fight.
Okay.
And then my mom is right now, me and my wife are here in New York, not kids. So we haven't, in the last 10 years, this is the first time we have this type of freedom.
Wow.
Because my mom and my mother-in-law are taking care of the kids.
Okay. How long are you here for?
Till Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Just, just a couple days just so we can walk in the street without trying to reach for the kids, don't run to the street.
Yes.
It feels good.
Yeah, it's
I'm
wild.
like, oh, wow. I get it, single guys, I know. But I love where I am, and I love the situation I have. But these 3 days, it's been pretty nice.
I bet. I mean, it's to the victor goes the spoils. And so at this point, I love your story, man, because it really, I remember when you made your debut and the Ultimate Fighter and the Jacksons thing, like you have come such a long way from that time. And it feels to me like you haven't really scratched the surface yet. It feels to me like you're not even close to where you're going to end up. In your mind, have you already started to think about the next one?
Well, there's, I like to keep it very real. Some people is illusion. They win one fight and they want to fight Conor McGregor. It's like, hey, bro.
Sure. Yeah.
It don't happen like that. Literally how the situation is, there's only, because Aldo's fighting Rob.
Yeah.
Right? There's only 2 guys ahead, or they're 3, which is Merab and Sandhagen.
Yeah.
I can fight any of those 2 tomorrow.
Not a lot of people volunteering to fight Merab.
He's a wrestler.
Yeah.
Like, I would be more scared if he's like Anthony Johnson type of fucking guy.
Right.
Anthony Johnson taught you.
Yeah.
You don't grow a beard. Hey, he's a bad motherfucker. But I understand that. We all are. At any given night, that top 5 can get a belt on their waist. He's who comes with a better set of coconut and prepare, and you're seeing everything and you're sharp. And I'm in again, I always go back to that. I'm always in the gym. Like, Parillo never worries about me. He knows I'm eating correctly. He knows I'm not drinking. He knows I'm not going out. Like sometimes it's like, hey, go home. I'm like, really? Okay, I go home. But he also, he's a veteran. He got world champions before, so he knows what's enough. But I'm always trying to do everything right. So like that's why I volunteer to fight anybody. Because I get it, styles make fights. Some guy can put you in the wall. Some guy can have better grappling, better boxing. It doesn't matter. It's a fist fight. It's whoever fight harder for that. And everything comes from here. That's why, like you said, like everybody will probably run away from Merab. We fucking take a shot sitting down. Like we're the same. We humans. And again, he's tough. Senhang is tough. And even if something happened with the Aldo phone fight, I'm gonna text Dana Hunter like, yo, send papers.
Now, so in your mind, when are you fighting for a belt?
Sometime next year.
You feel that?
I can feel it, yeah.
Who's the real champion in your opinion?
Peter Yan.
Yeah.
Like, I always get aggressive when I talk shit about Aljamain. And usually because I just don't like he always say something about me, like either negative that I'm not that good or blah, blah, blah. I'm like, don't just talk about me. Like, if you're going to be that guy, when you see me, don't even pay me attention. But don't see me and be like, hi, fellas.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. Like, I want to fight you right now. I want to, in the street, in the corner. Like, if you see me, just keep the same energy. Just keep walking and I keep walking. But, like, I don't get that, like, I'm going to show you I'm a little tougher or whatever. I respect Peter Yan. The guy is solid. He's not trying to be cool. He's fucking just fight. I like to fight. I'm sure we all can talk shit, but keep it real. I'm not a guy that if I say all crazy shit about you, and then when I see you, I pretend like, oh, just for hyper up. No. If I say crazy shit, and we are in 6 feet apart, COVID 6 feet apart, I'm gonna swing at you. No matter who you are. That's why I don't really start too much talking shit about people to hype fights up. Chito Berry's fighting, it's hype. I bring it. I bring a cool fight. Like, I walk you down, I wrestle, I ground, I like to fight. So I don't need to be like, I'm gonna kill you or your wife is gonna live with me. I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm too busy with my family to be like writing dumb shit. I'm not dumb.
I do like your Twitter though. It is a fun Twitter, but
yeah,
it's good. It's good. It's good stuff. By the way, speaking of which, I saw on your Instagram, I think the last thing that you posted, you and your wife, you're with 2 people. I was like, oh, who are these people? And then I looked, 24 million followers.
Yeah.
18, who are? I mean, clearly very famous people.
Yeah, Camilo and Eva Luna, they're like pretty.
Are
like,
they?
How do I say that? High level singers. They're musicians.
From Ecuador?
No, they're from. He's from Colombia. I'm not sure. Her dad is like huge. Like Ricardo Montaner is like my mom loved that type of music. It's like romantic, kind of like, I don't know how to translate to English, but them both, they've been doing a tour around the US, and we've been in contact for a long time. And he saw the fight, he posted watching the fight, which I was like, oh, that's great. Like, if you have time to watch me, I feel good about myself because you're successful. You're I get inspired by those things. I'm not a cloud chaser. I don't want to like snap a selfie with somebody I don't know just because you have a couple million followers. If I don't know you, I don't know you. Like, hey, good for you. But I'm a fan of things like this, like, successful musicians, like from Colombia doing tours in the USA. It's a similar story. From China to fucking MSG. So it's like, it's huge. We've been in contact for a while. They like the UFC, and he was like, hey, I'm playing a concert in Town Hall. I'm like, babe, my wife is like, love that music. Like, she will like sing with her whole heart. And I like the music, but I just, I'm a Bob Marley guy. I'm a hippie.
Respect.
But I like the music. I can hear it. I can sit down and hear it and sing it, dance with my wife about it. It was good last night. But my daughter, Anna, she will sing all the songs. So he's like, oh, where's the kids? I'm like, oh, we're leaving home. And he's like, I'm playing in LA soon. Bring on. And I'm like, bro, you're a sweetheart. If you want me to kick somebody's ass, just call it. But they're huge. Like, they're pretty big.
Yeah, I felt ashamed that I didn't know. Obviously not.
How many musicians are in the world?
Yeah. But I was like, damn, 24 million. Look at Cheeto hanging out with you got the president tweeting about you.
Yeah.
You got the celebrity.
And the cool thing about last night was like, I can buy tickets to go to the concert, right? But like, just the process, right?
Oh, yeah.
He sent me the assistant number. She picked us up outside. We did all the walk around like backstage. We went to the green room, talked to him for a little bit, talk about the fight. He was excited about like, did you just fucking kill somebody? I was like, yeah, I knocked him out. But like, it's cool. Like last night when we went back to the hotel, like we were like laying down in bed, and my wife is like, did you just realize like where we at now? Like what we doing now? Like when we were in high school, we would think about like you will never get to meet these people. You will never get to talk to these like super famous, very talented musicians. Like, you listen in the radio and you're like, yeah, you will never get to meet them. We're literally hanging out with them, like laughing about things, just, drinking sparkling water and be like, yeah, we made it. And I was like, fuck, it's been a long road. And I just, on her eyes, they get shiny. And I can tell how happy she is about where we came. And I just remind her, hey, none of this is possible if I don't have you backing me up. Like literally every time I was like, fuck, like you just bring me to that right space so I can be the person I am. And it's like, it's fucking rad.
It's a beautiful thing, man. Much respect. Much respect.
Beautiful thing.
I'm so happy for you and your family. You have a beautiful. I love the Simpsons thing that you guys did for Halloween.
She planned those things a year ahead. She's already thinking for next year. I'm like, hey, like fuck. She picked the Simpsons. The year before we were Scooby-Doo, and it was rad too. Like break the internet, right? The next day,
November 1st.
She was like, yo, the next year we're the Simpsons. I was like, fuck off, man.
Yeah.
And then we were the Simpsons. And then she's playing already the other one.
I love it. You're a lucky man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great win. Thank you for coming in. This was great. We were going to do it last week. It's better this week after the win.
Yeah, and not just that. Last week I was trapped with a bunch of things. I would have made it if I was.
Listen, I'm small time. One day I'll get big time. I'm right here.
I'm here live.
Come
from
on.
the studio. See this. Immortalizing people.
Yes. I need some Cheeto gear, something.
I'm gonna ship you a shirt
Okay.
on Monday.
Respect. There it is. Joe's going to walk you out over there.
Okay.
Cheeto, thank you for doing this.
You,
I really
brother.
appreciate it.
for having me.
Congratulations. Much respect.
Thank
I
you.
love the style. I love everything. The clothes, the tattoos, the beard. Keep that hair, the cornrows.
They're gone.
I know, but they were still cool.
They'll be back. They'll be back.
I love it. I love it.
We're
Can't wait
coming
for
in
the
hot.
next one.
Never stop chasing your dreams, people.
Yes.
Keep it up.
Well done, Cheeto. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. There he is, Marlon Vera. Massive, massive, massive win on Saturday over Frankie Edgar. What a story. What an unbelievable story, and one of the great stories to come out of this past Saturday, Madison Square Garden, getting that win over Frankie Edgar. I mean, what's better than that? Talking about your dreams, talking about your hopes, your aspirations, talking about coming from, small country to Madison Square Garden, having someone, a ride and die, a ride or die. Is it ride and die, ride or die? I mean, I guess it could be both, but having someone by your side supporting you. What's better than this? What's better than the in-studio interviews on the MMA Hour? What's better than the show of shows? What's better than having Rose Namajunas still to come? What's better than having Max Holloway coming up next? What is better than all of this? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing better than a post-pay-per-view Monday. There's nothing better than having inspirational people like Cheeto Vera in studio, Ian Garry, who's just about to start his journey. God, I feel so happy. I feel so alive. I feel so appreciative. I feel so lucky, so blessed to get to do this for a living, to get to talk. I wouldn't want to talk to any other athlete. Name them. Name the athlete on top of the world, world-renowned. Name them. I'd rather talk to these men and women of this sport until my dying days. And I feel so lucky that all the bullshit that I've had to deal with, and this ain't about me, but hey, you can excuse me if I'd be jaded at this point. None of it has affected me because of people like that, because of conversations like that, because of shows like this and opportunities to talk to people like that and bring them to you in a different way, not the typical BS press conference, the same old. It's different. It's different. You feel it's different, right? You get a chance. I mean, there's nothing better than the in-studio interviews. Nothing better. So in any event, that's great stuff, and we keep the train rolling along. Like I said, in 30 minutes, we'll be joined by Rose Namajunas. But now we've talked a lot about 268. Let's turn our attention to this weekend. This weekend, we've got a very important main event in the featherweight division, a massive main event involving one of the biggest stars of the sport. And so let's not waste any more time. Let's go back to the Zoom machine and say hello to Blessed Max Holloway. There he is, our old friend. Max, how are you?
I'm doing good. Aloha.
You're in Las Vegas. I see it behind you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're here already.
Respect. So, Max, we have a lot to talk about. It's always, like I told Chris, your manager, it's like I get to see Sasquatch anytime I get to talk to you. I mean, it's so long. You make us wait so long in between interviews. I have so much to ask you about, Max. It's a beautiful thing.
And I know you'd be inside the live streams on Facebook Gaming, so that's why I set up the camera like this. So this is what you'd be looking at.
Yeah, yeah. I was wondering what was going on. Usually we're good with the framing these days, but I see just your beautiful forehead. That's good. Yes. Hey, shout out on that. Respect. I see Bill Gates. Who was it? No, Mark Zuckerberg. Bill Gates, the other guy. He was shouting you out too.
Yeah, we did. I got to do the metaverse, one of the metaverse reveals with him, an interview stuff with the Oculus and stuff. So. It's looking pretty cool. The meta world looking cool, sounding cool, and I can't wait for the future.
Yes, so you've come a long way. I remember your early days of doing the streaming, the gaming with the Paw Patrol in back of you. Remember that? With the stickers back in the day?
I remember that. Oh my gosh, yeah. We've been rushing, but now I got my own room, so I don't have to worry about it.
So we were supposed to see you in July, Max. What happened? Why didn't the fight happen?
I ended up getting a freak injury, just can't really talk about it too much, but just an injury, just doing MMA stuff and training jiu-jitsu, training everything, and some stuff happened.
Are you okay now? All good?
I'm fine. I'm better than fine. I can't wait to go out there, do a thing, have fun. I mean, it's a couple months later, but I'm just happy I'm back in the octagon before the end of the year.
What was your reaction when Yair was the guy? Because obviously he hasn't fought in 2 years. Now it's over 2 years. I was a little surprised. Not to say he doesn't deserve an opportunity to fight you, but it felt like you guys were on different wavelengths, different paths. What was your reaction?
My reaction was everybody, every time, everywhere. The UFC, they don't have this tournament structure. So a lot of these guys, they're just waiting at the elevator, They're waiting at the elevator to go to the top, and I'm not an elevator waiter, There's no line at the stairs. So that's where you can find me, at the stairs. This is not new for us, This is not new for us at all. I mean, for me and my team, it's very important to not be elevator divas, I want to just get out there and keep doing the damn thing.
Elevator divas? What are you talking about? Who are you referring to?
I don't know. Everybody else can figure out. You guys can choose who the elevator divas is in this sport, but your boy be on the line, be at the stairs, and we be running up and down those bad boys. Okay, so this is gonna run counter to what you were saying, but I have to say, I was like, well, I thought Max was getting the title shot. And then they announce your fight for this new date on the same day as the featherweight title fight. And I always feel like it's important to be in line schedule-wise with the championship fight. And so I was thinking, what's the point of this fight? We all think that you deserve it. We all know that you deserve it. Your last performance secured it, in my opinion. Why even do this fight? Why aren't you fighting Alex Volkanovski next? I didn't want to wait till New Year. I wanted to keep on fighting. Wow. Everywhere. Everyone, every time, let's get it. So this was your decision? Yeah, UFC told us. They told us we didn't have to. They told us we could wait out, but I was like, yeah, I ain't about that. Yeah, we ain't about that. I talked to my team. I let my team know, and they was all on board, and we're here today.
Your last performance was in January. Your last fight was in January. It feels like it was 10 years ago at this point because so much has happened this year. Does it feel like that to you? Like, is it crazy that it's been, 10 months now in between fights for you? And does that bum you out? Do you wish you were a little more active this year?
Yeah, I wanted to be a little bit more active for sure. That's why we took the fight in July, and things just happen, man. It does feel like a long time, especially in times like these. So it's just I'm just grateful that I'm able to go out there come this Saturday, come November 13th, and get to have fun again.
I'm assuming you watched Volkanovski Ortega.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I saw. I didn't watch the fight. I got to see some clips, some highlights, and it went exactly like how I thought. I feel a striking match. I thought Alex was gonna pick him apart, and then whenever they got close, I thought Brian would go up and go in to try to wrap him up, and that's pretty much what happened. I thought Alex did well, but at the end of the day, I don't know how it felt to get dropped by Brian or even to get wrapped up by Brian. So in all actuality, he didn't do that. Brian didn't do that well against me. So I don't know. I don't know what it is.
So in other words, are you trying to say you weren't all that impressed with the performance because of how dominant you were against Brian Ortega? Am I reading that correctly?
Nah. You're not reading that. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. Come on.
I'm just joking. In all seriousness, Alex did good, and in this sport, everybody wants people to overcome adversity, and he did in that fight. Every fight actually, Alex overcomes adversity, but this fight was super clear, and good for him. He finally got he got a highlight for his reel, a highlight reel for itself, and the bigger everybody gets in the sport, the better. So kudos to him.
Are you surprised that he got out of the guillotine and the triangle? Were you like when you saw that? Were you thinking, oh, he's done?
I mean, even he said, he said it was amazing. It was an amazing thing to see. It was crazy to see that highlight, the way he got out of, both of the triangle and the guillotine. So shouts to him. That's what champions are made out of. All respect.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like you were probably hoping that Alex wins so that he could be the guy that you fight for the belt. You need to get that one back, right? We need to make that right.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, whoever's there, whoever's going to be standing against me, I can't wait, man. I ain't never going to choose a fight, never ever did. So at the end of the day, pick a fight, So at the end of the day, whoever it was the next man up to me.
Have they said you win on Saturday, you're getting a title shot? I feel like it's a stupid question, but has that been said to you or your team?
I mean, yeah, I would, I got five title defensives, and I would like that 6. But, with possible fights and stuff, there are bigger fights that UFC discussed us with, Oh. I got to win over the 155 champ right now. We're always on the short list for Conor. We was on that, like I said, the last time before we got injured, we was one of the replacement fighters, and then I'm the best boxer in the UFC, so use your imagination, my friends, that it's a wild world today.
Wow. Wait a second. Max, I feel like you dropped a couple of seeds on us there. So are you saying that are those more interesting to you than the featherweight title at this point?
Oh, we see what happens. We see what happens. Like I said, this, use the imagination, man. Okay. We live in a wild time right now, and I'm super excited for the future, to say the least.
It feels like there's always like a bit of flirting going on between you and Conor. So he drops a little thing, you drop a little thing. It feels like you're circling each other right now.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that obviously Conor wants Dustin or he wants Nate or whatever, but anybody at 45 or 55 after those guys, my name pops up. You can go call Hunter right now. Go ask him who can sell, who's going to sell numbers with Conor, and they're gonna drop my name all the time. So at the end of the day, I'm always on the short list for Conor. So we see what happens. We see what happens. First things first. I gotta fight November 13th, and we go from there.
You want to box?
We see what happens. Like I said, I'm the best boxer in the UFC, baby.
Yeah.
I'm the best boxer in the UFC. We see what happens. We're living in a wild time right now. This is a wild world right now, and what a time to be alive and somebody to just be into combat sports. It's a wild world for combat sports right now.
Could I ask, what would be a dream boxing match for you?
Dream boxing match?
Dream opponent?
I don't know.
Who's one guy you watch and you're like, oh, I would love to prove that the MMA boxer is better than the boxer. I would love that guy.
I mean, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of guys that are around my weight class. There's a bunch of guys that said stuff too, on quote unquote, some boxers, period. So at the end of the day, it's whatever, I'll be down. I'm the best boxer in the UFC for a reason. And if anybody want to try, they know where to find me.
Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, guys like that.
They're all beasts, man. They're all pound for pounds in their stuff. And to be the best, you got to beat the best. And the best is blessed. So
I love it. As far as Yair is concerned, considering, that's a long layoff, 2 years. That's a really long time to be away. What do you expect from him?
I expect fireworks, man. This guy always, I got nothing but respect for him. He always comes. He always brings a fight, and I just can't wait. We see. 2 years is a long time. He could be working on a lot of different stuff. So we see what happens. We get to find out here in a couple of days.
How do you feel about the state of the division, the featherweight division? Young man Giga Chikadze was calling you out a lot. He seems to be making some noise. Are you impressed with the guys who are coming up? You've been around now for a very long time. You're one of the elder statesmen, but you're still, the top dog. How do you feel about it?
I feel great. Like I said, the more everybody can get bigger, the more it helps everyone else. So at the end of the day, keep doing you, keep doing what you got to do, and keep grinding. The bigger we get, the more help to each other we are. So I can't wait.
There's a young man in another organization, Bellator, who's doing great at 145, AJ McKee. Are you familiar with him? And if so, what do you make of his skills?
I'm not really too much familiar with him. I know I heard, when I got injured in July, guys, like, you got to understand, I got called out from people from different promotions, people in like 3 different weight classes. I got called out from, quote unquote, somewhat boxers. So, behind the scenes, there's a bunch of noise going on ever since it happened. So I wasn't really too worried about it, I was, what I was focusing on was gaming. So you can come find me at Facebook Gaming, Max Holloway Official, FD.GG. Come shout me out, come look. And every time these guys would shout me out or say something, merch sales would go through the roof. So I got nothing but love. So when they can keep talking, they keep saying, they keep helping me, and it's amazing.
Who are the? Can I just ask for clarification? Who are the quote unquote boxers that you were referring to?
I mean, use your imagination, man. I'm not jumping on names. No, I ain't saying anything. Use your imagination. I think so. You guys could probably figure it out.
Okay, fair enough. Could I ask, just because you're such a mainstay, how do you think Henry Cejudo would do at 145? He seems to want the fight against Volkanovski. He's trying to cut the line. How do you think he would do, and how do you feel about him trying to cut the line?
I mean, that's none of my business, That's Dana White's decision, And they said, I think so. I heard Dana said that he'd make his decision after this Yair fight. So, then again, that's all on Dana. It's Dana's job, not mine. I don't want either of those guys, Alex or Henry, thinking that I'm in control of who they fight next. So let Dana White figure that out, and yeah, it is what it is. We just go on from there. We will take care of business come November 13th, and then we can revisit that.
You don't think there's a chance? Like he doesn't seem all that interested in doing the Cejudo Volkanovski fight. I mean, I feel like you win on Saturday, you've got it in the bag.
We see what happens. We live in wild times, you know. I just gotta focus on going out there and getting the job done.
Is it at all? I probably think about these things more than you do, but Saturday was a huge card at MSG. Everyone buzzing over it and all that stuff, and then you're like the next one, and so there's all this attention, and then people are like, "Oh crap, Max Holloway's fighting on Saturday." Almost like it like crept up on us. Do you feel like not enough people are talking about it? Does it bother you that you're coming off a great card like that where all the attention was on the pay-per-view? How do you feel? Because you're usually on the pay-per-view. You're usually the big, the big show.
I feel great, you know. At the end of the day, a lot of people stay talking about it. I mean, it's a hard act to follow, you know, especially with that Gaethje fight that night. So at the end of the day, I just can't wait. You know, I'm just grateful to be here, and they're gonna tune in. You know, they're gonna tune in. They let them be on the high on Wednesday. You know, we just gotta make sure they all tune in on Saturday, which I know they will, and start planning it. You know, a lot of guys are getting reminded, so plan it with your friends. You know, figure out where you guys gonna watch it, how you guys gonna watch it. Make sure you guys tune in November 13th. It's gonna be fireworks, I promise. It's gonna be the Blessed Express is gonna be on the move, and it's gonna be a great one.
And I was talking about this on Saturday. You were on this train a long time ago, Max. We got to get open scoring. We need open scoring. You went to that Invicta show. Like, you watched that Rose Zhang Weili fight, Usman Covington. I want to know where they stand going into the 5th. Do you think we'll ever see this?
I mean, we see what happens, We see what happens, At the end of the day, it's so many things coming to it, So, when I was there at the Invicta one, I remember saying, like, the crowd wasn't like a lot of crowd, so I don't know if it helps judging or whatever, but me personally, I would like to be sat down and tell my coach, look, you lost that last round. They had like this little iPad telling them what round, whatever. I'd be pretty cool, But at the end of the day, I can kind of understand it from the other side. So it's very tough, to pick a side on that.
There is a thinking out there that if someone's up, say 3-1 going into the 5th, they're going to coast. But it's a cage fight, right? Like, how are you going to coast in a cage fight? I just feel like the athletes deserve to know where they stand.
Yeah, you think Justin Gaethje gonna coast? Probably not.
No,
I mean, that guy is crazy. So I don't know. We see that. I can see it going both ways, but it's a fight. You know what I mean? And fighters fight. So even if some people is 3-0, some guys might even try to go for the finish. And then if something bad happened, they gotta just live with it. But that's something that you live with. You go out there, you go die on top of your sword, not your shield.
Just a couple other things I'll ask you. Good time for Hawaiian MMA. Ray Koopa, right? Koopa, I say Koopa. Brada boy, big knockout. Are you're not tight with him, right? Like, you guys, I know he trains at his house, basically. He trains in his garage or something like that.
When I run into him, we talk story here and there, but the guy is just something else, man. That right arm is like what I tweeted, man. That thing. That's like having the Thanos snap on the glove, man. It was just crazy. I was like, what is going on, bro? That guy's never, ever out to fight. It was cool to see, every single year he is in the finale for them. So, shout out to him. Keep killing it, and just keep going, do it.
You don't really watch, like, you don't go out of your way to watch MMA, right? Like, you'll watch select things here or there, but I feel like we've talked about this in the past. Is there a fighter, like, who's Max Holloway's favorite fighter right now? Who do you make a point to go out and watch?
The only guy really that I would do that with was DC,
Oh, but come on, man. We're in a fight.
I got it. I know. I had to watch him, though, because I really wanted to fight him, but that's not the plan. That's the only reason why I would watch him. So, but now he's retired. Hopefully we can get him out of retirement, and I can show him what's up. So, and for whatever reason.
Did you see him at the Nets game stuffing his face with the chicken tenders? This guy.
Oh my God, this guy is next level, man.
I don't know if you could see here, but he's in timeout on my desk. This is him on the mat. I put him down. I replaced his picture. Yes, this is him. He's also here on the mat. I put him down because he's in timeout. Also, he used to be on my wall, but I took his picture down because he was in New York. I mean, I feel like for you, he would go out of his way. But for me, wouldn't come say hi to me, wouldn't come visit, wouldn't come hang out. Isn't that messed up after everything we've been through? I mean, I thought he was a loyal guy.
Yeah, that's why I need to fight him.
That's right.
Fight him.
I'd back you. I'd corner you.
Yeah.
You may not want me to corner you, but I'd be in your corner in that fight, just for the record. You may not want my advice, but I just want to let the world know that I'm now on your side. I'm now backing you.
My man.
Okay? I just want the world to know that. Max, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Saturday, you return. Early card here in the East Coast.
Guys.
Yes, 4 p.m. Eastern start time. Over here, obviously, that's 1 p.m. Pacific, and that's, 5 hours in back of us? And wow, this is like the morning. This is a morning fight in Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
Like 11. I think it's 11.
Yeah, we have. What do you think? How are we ending this? We don't need 25 minutes, right?
Hopefully, I would like to finish. I like a finish, but like I said, it's the same everywhere. Whenever, if he wants to go all the way, we can go all the way. But whenever he's ready to walk out that door, I'll help him out. So at the end of the day, I just can't wait. Super excited. I can't wait to fight. His style, my style, fireworks. So
it's gonna be great. A lot of people are trying to challenge you for most output. Vittori recently, people, but I understand you still own like 3 out of those 5 records or whatever it is. You're still pretty secure, Max. It's always great to have you on the show. It's always great to see you back. It feels like it's been way too long since we had a chance to see you, so I can't wait for Saturday. Thank you for the time. Thank you to your team as well, and good luck on Saturday, my man.
Hey, thank you, brother. You have a good one.
All right, you too. There he is, Max Blessed Holloway, the man. One would presume the number 1 contender at 145 pounds. One would presume if he wins on Saturday. Let me just tell. No, we could. One would presume if he wins on Saturday, he's next for Volkanovski. And Max has been on that train for a while, the open scoring train. Did that for Frank.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, was that loud?
Was it
obnoxious?
Took care of it.
I mean, I give you fair warning, right?
I can hear the cap go off.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Here it comes. Man, look at that. It's a nice, I don't know. I mean, now we got a social media expert in the control room. I don't know if DC has responded. I haven't looked. The beauty about doing the show and being locked in, especially when there's in-studio interviews, you don't look at your phone. I don't know what's going on social media. You know what I'm saying? That's the beauty of all this. So I don't know if DC has responded. I don't know if, I don't know how he feels. He may have reached out and tried to mend the fences. He may have reached out and tried to extend an olive branch. But, I said what I said. I did what I did. And there's going to be repercussions. And that's that. I mean, there's repercussions. What do you want me to say? Maybe he'll come on if I pay him. But, other than that, it's not that kind of show. We don't do that. Okay? We don't do that. Now, like I was saying, Max Holloway, he's been talking about the open scoring. I'm excited to actually talk to Rose about that because it's starting to be a thing inside of me. And I saw Greg Savage, who's a longtime MMA media guy, Sherdog, now works for PFL. He's like, this is I'm paraphrasing. He's like, this is the dumbest thing. You need to stop talking about it. It's like, what? You're a sports fan. So you're telling me, all right, baseball, soccer, hockey, you can count. But basketball, you'd have to sit there, right? And you'd have to count all the way up to 120, whatever it is. You're telling me that you'd rather watch a basketball game, you don't know what the score is going into the final 5 minutes? In fact, when I grew up watching basketball, and I know it's on apples to apples, but when I grew up watching basketball, there wasn't even the bug on the screen. The score bug wasn't even there. NBA on NBC, they would choose when to show it. Now you go back and watch those old games, and it's like, man, this is weird. where the hell's the score? And that's just for like a minute, 2 minutes. Imagine being the one who's actively competing in the fight, in the fist fight, Madison Square Garden, T-Mobile Arena. You pick the arena, the O2, and it's the biggest fight of your life. And if you win this fight, your life literally changes forever. It changes in the interim because now you're a big star who gets more money and more pay-per-view points and all this stuff. And it changes in the future because you can always call yourself a UFC champion and you have no idea where you stand. How could you be against that? How could you not want that? It makes no sense to me. So anyway, matter of moments, we're going to have Rose Namajunas on. After that, we're going to check in with GC, see how his picks did. I'm curious to see. I heard, a rumor around town was it wasn't the best weekend for him. But I didn't ask him. You know, I don't like, I'm sort of like someone who's about to get married. I don't like to talk to the guests beforehand. I don't like to talk to, you know, the people who are coming on the show about what we're going to talk about. I want it to all be natural. Au naturel. That's how I want it. And so I don't actually know off the top of my head how he did with his Bellator picks. So we'll find out about that. Of course, we're back on Wednesday. A couple of big names already booked for Wednesday. I'm very excited about Wednesday's show. We'll answer some questions. A lot has happened in the world of MMA since we last spoke. And so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of people who want to weigh in, a lot of people who want to try to get me in trouble, a lot of people who want to try to stir the pot and all that stuff. I'm just a guy trying to live his dream. I'm just a guy trying to stay out of trouble and cover this great sport with the least amount of drama possible. Now, if it comes my way and you have to deal with things, you got to deal with things. And that's where, of course, the Thug Nose moniker came from over the last few months. But I'm just a guy trying to do my thing, talk to some really interesting people, go home, provide for his family, and that's that. And so that's me. But, you know, you guys keep trying to want me to stir the pot, answer back, clap back, as the kids say. Then we have to do that as well because, you know, we are an open book over here. And as the great Howard Cosell once said, we tell it like it is. And so, as I've been saying all show long, there is nothing like a post-pay-per-view Monday. Nothing like it. The buzz, the excitement, the adrenaline after a big pay-per-view. I'm not talking about one of these, you know, comme ci, comme ça pay-per-views. I'm talking about a big one. And I love these shows. I've missed these shows. I haven't done these shows in a very long time. Live, studio, all that stuff. And there is no greater nachas that I get. You know that word. I'm trying to teach you guys about these words. There's no greater nachas than I get than when one of the big stars from a pay-per-view comes on the Monday. Literally the Monday. Not the Wednesday, not the following week, the Monday. Rose has always done that. I appreciate it more than she knows. And so it's with a great honor and respect to say hello once again to Rose Namajunas, the reigning defending UFC strawweight champion, who is back from Madison Square Garden. How are you, Rose?
What up, Thug Nose?
What's happening, Thug Rose? It's Thug Nose, your old pal. Did you get the shirt? I sent it to you.
I don't know. I think there's like some packages on the front door, so I'll go check in a little bit.
All right. I was going like, man, did I send it to the wrong address? Did I mess this up?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. We have a lot to talk about. First and foremost, congratulations. How do we feel about Saturday? What transpired on Saturday? How do you feel about it?
I feel really good. Yeah, I would have liked to do certain things better, but ultimately I'm really happy with myself.
Could you tell us what those things are that you're referring to?
Yeah, there was just certain things in my game plan that we trained 6 months specifically not to do that I ended up doing.
Wow.
I'll maybe keep those things to myself, but I think it made things harder for me than they needed to be. And yeah, so ultimately though, I adjusted and I figured things out, but there was just, yeah, it was stupid.
When you're in the moment and you know that you're doing those things that you prepared not to do, are you talking to yourself and saying like, we actually prepared not to do this? Or is this something that comes to you in hindsight?
Sort of. I mean, there was like I think there's multiple voices going on inside your head when you're thinking about certain things, but like subconsciously, consciously, but so I think it's somewhere in the background, I was thinking like, this is exactly what we trained not to do. But then I think at the same time, ultimately, like there's certain things that your perception of reality in the moment afterward, you watch it and you're like, oh, that was totally different than what I was thinking.
Have you had a chance to watch the fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched it twice.
Twice, really? Interesting.
Actually, maybe 3 times. Yeah, I think 3 times.
Already?
Yeah. Well, one at the airport, and then one twice home, and then twice at home.
Speaking of the airport, you're still doing the thing where you guys go straight to the airport. You don't even give yourself a chance to sleep in, take the later flight. Why do you keep doing this?
Because, especially in New York, the only reason, and at the time of the year, because of the Boston Marathon,
New York
last
Marathon.
year, yeah.
Yeah.
New York Marathon, that was going on. So we just knew it already takes a really long time to get to the airport and whatnot. And then it's usually an early flight anyways. So, and by the time the fight's over, after interviews, after getting back to the hotel, just signing autographs and things, you don't get to the hotel until way late. So, and then it pretty much just leaves time to pack and leave, because you're kind of just like taking your time, trying to take a shower and, get the fight off of you,
Do you just at what point you just crash mentally? I would imagine there's this amazing adrenaline, right? And you get to and you probably couldn't even go to sleep if you wanted to. And then you go, but at what point do you feel your body just shut off?
So this one, I almost felt an adrenaline dump, right as they were putting the belt on me. I felt sort of like, and then I would say, but I mean, I was still up, and the crash hit me a lot sooner this time though, because usually, especially after the last one, I was up for a couple of days. So this one, as we were up for all more than 24 hours, but by the time it was 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, I was like, oh.
Oh, and when you say the last one, you were up for a couple of days, you literally didn't go to sleep?
Yeah, I was on such an adrenaline high.
Wow.
It just, yeah.
What are you doing to pass the time at 4 a.m?
Just talking about it, going over everything, and with family, and because you got to tell the same story 10,000 times.
Right.
Everybody wants to hear their version of it, and they want to tell you your version of it, and then so it's that takes forever.
And so this time you say
yeah, go ahead.
You were saying you had the dump as the belt was being put on you. Is that uncommon?
Yes, that was sort of strange.
Why do you think that happened?
I don't know. Something about the buzz that I felt in Florida from the crowd was totally different this time. I knew there was it was lit in there, and I knew that the crowd was humongous and they were really loud, but for some reason I wasn't getting charged up by it the same way I was last time.
Wow, that's interesting. Anything to do with
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was really aware of my surroundings, and I was in it, but it it just didn't. Yeah, I just didn't feel that buzz the same way, I guess.
Okay. I was gonna suggest maybe it was Halle Berry's fault. She puts a belt in you, it just didn't feel the same.
No, that was super awesome.
Oh my God. I used to love Halle Berry. I mean, who didn't love Halle Berry? And you didn't even realize it was her, right?
Yeah, the weigh-ins, I was just so lasered and focused, but and I didn't notice until right before they were about to read the decision. I was like, oh, there's Halle Berry, and she's in here. And then we kind of just exchanged a couple words, but she's like, I love you. And I was like, oh my God, I love you too. And then, but I didn't know that was her putting on the belt on me. I just heard Dana saying, hold on, Rose, hold on. Cause obviously they were having some trouble getting it on, but I didn't know that was her doing that.
Wow. As far as the actual fight went, I'm assuming you expected more wrestling out of her, right? I mean, considering her training camp and everything, that didn't surprise you. Did anything that she did, surprised you?
Yeah, she didn't really. I thought she was going to come forward a little bit more. I knew she's a counter striker. She always sits back. She's just going to try to counter you. She doesn't really have that much offense, but I feel like I still thought she was going to try, at least.
Okay. And so you were expecting a little more aggression out of her?
Yeah.
What were you thinking, going into the fifth? What did you think the score was?
I thought, well, I definitely felt like I lost the first, and then I wasn't sure about the third, but I was I'm sorry. I can't remember what order I wasn't sure about, but I knew that I had won 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, and then the other ones were like sort of up in the air. So I was like, it really comes down to this one, you know?
So that's obviously the right mindset to have, but I've been talking all show long, and I was even talking about it on Saturday. I want open scoring. Now, no one cares what I want. Who the hell am I? But as someone who actually lives this and is in that moment, is there not a part of you that's like, I kind of wish I knew what the score was right now? Am I up? Am I down? Am I tied? How do you feel about open scoring?
Yeah. You know, I would see how for some fighters that's their mentality. That would help them. For me, I need to be in the present moment because I need to treat every round as if it's its own fight. And besides for the fact that it's like that has to be the mentality in order for me to finish you at any moment, because that's what I do. I take advantage of opportunities. I'm a great finisher, and so for me, my mindset has to be perfect. So I couldn't like. It's weird. Like, you got to observe those things, but you can't let those things dictate what your other decision-making processes in those moments, I guess.
So you'd rather not know?
Yeah, it's like, I think I overthink already. So, for me, I like to add other people's opinions about the fight in there. It's going to really throw things off.
Okay. What are you overthinking?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just doing a lot of calculation. I'm doing the right amount of thinking, you know, but I just, there's a lot to process. So I'm really good.
You are, dare I say you're the best.
Yeah.
Going into that 5th round, I love when we get to hear the corner and Pat was saying, be a professional, 5 more minutes, be a professional. What does that mean to you? What does be a professional mean?
It means to be disciplined and control your emotions and, just protect yourself at all times.
Did you think you had won when the fight was over?
Yes.
You were confident?
I knew when the fight was over. Now, there was a moment when they said Whaley's name first on the score, because usually I always think about, like, oh, this person says this person says that. And then the other, you know what I mean? Whoever says the name first, I always feel like, does that mean that I'm the loser? But lately, I don't think that they really say that for any reason. What was I going to say? Sorry, my mom's cooking right now. Oh, by the way, didn't mean to change the subject, but
sure.
That is not my parents. That ESPN put that I was hugging. That I was hugging after the fight.
Yes,
so my mom. This is my mom, guys.
Hello. Congratulations.
Yeah. And my dad's not here. He's no longer with us. So I was actually kind of pissed because it was like just my dad's birthday just this past like week, and so that kind of upset me because I was like, I don't what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I saw you commented on it, and obviously that should upset you. Who were those people?
Oh, that's my lawyer.
Oh, okay. Was your mom there?
No.
Didn't want to? Doesn't like to watch you fight? Any particular reason?
It's a little stressful.
Yeah, I can imagine. So going back to, and thank you for clearing that up. Going back to the actual ending of the fight, I thought when they said 49-46, I thought that it was going to her.
I think when I heard that, I thought it was going to me. Well, I wasn't sure, but like it just took me a second to realize, like right before Bruce Buffer's about to say "and still," I was like, "Yep, it's me."
You got it. All right.
Yeah.
Now do you feel like whatever friction there was between you guys, do you think it's over?
I would say they're better. You know, I would never like. I guess. I would say they're better. I don't think that. I think she still wants to get a fight. You know, so I still gotta be on my toes. Like it's not like I'm gonna let my guard down or anything. But she definitely has a lot of respect for me and I think I think they're better.
Did you talk afterwards?
No, I said after the weigh-ins though, I ran into her and I was like, shit. But other than that, and she was like, oh, but other than that, we didn't really say anything.
What does that mean?
Oh no, she did come out to me. I'm sorry, she did come. Means thank you in Chinese or whatever. But she said, what did she say? She said something to me right after, and I don't know, like you're the best. Or, I don't know, or maybe I told her that. Like I don't know.
Well, I don't. I wouldn't expect you to say that, Rose. Yes. So I mean, it's got to be Carla next, right? I mean, this has to happen, correct? This is what you want, I would imagine. No.
I would like to. Yeah, I would like to. I don't see what anything else makes like sense.
Is there a part of you that like not just you would like to, but you want to avenge the loss, right? You want to show you got better. I mean, this is, I want to say personal in the sense that you don't like her, because I thought her message to you, I don't know if you saw it, was very respectful and nice. Did you see it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like there's a beef there, but I would imagine the sports woman in you wants to avenge that, correct?
Yes. And the reason is too, I believe that I think what she did by sort of, I think she's gonna give it all she's got. You know, this is it'll be a very like before I said Weili is for sure the most like dangerous threat right now just because of the tools that she possessed. But I think now with nobody else, like now after that, Carla's for sure gonna be the most like dangerous opponent right this second because of where she's at, her last performance and all this stuff, and she's gonna be very motivated to try to, you know, she's fought for a long time. So I would imagine that she's going to be pretty motivated for this huge opportunity. So that is something that really excites me and interests me even more now than it was before.
When in a perfect world would you like to return?
I mean, definitely, I would say, I mean, before, like by April, but I mean, I would, if it could be sooner, that's also a possibility. And that's something that I sort of was hoping that I had no injuries or anything like that, but we'll see.
Did you have any injuries?
No, but going into this one, I wasn't sure if my like eye was okay. And then it turned out to be fine, but I did have like a little bit of a scare for a moment. But I'm just glad now that like everything's fine and I can compete. So I guess I'm just gonna have to check everything up and make sure everything's like 100% before I, you know, jump on the I don't know, train of like, yeah, let's go.
Right. What happened? Did you get hit in the eye? Poked in the eye?
It was like a headbutt.
Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah.
And is it feeling better after the fight?
No, it feels better now, but yeah, there was like it was a scare because I wasn't sure if it was like, is this career ending? Is this like, you know what I mean? Like not just like for the fight, but I was like, what the fuck, you know?
Right.
But I got everything like cleared and everything's fine.
Okay. The big story of that night, one of the big stories was your coach, Trevor Whitman, who all but secured the Coach of the Year award. He doesn't. I keep trying to get Trevor won't talk. He doesn't like to do interviews anymore or anything. He just likes to go away. He's like the hardest guy to get. And I told him, I respect this. I'm not offended by this whatsoever. I respect that he doesn't want to take the shine away from you guys. He's not in it for that. I wish more people felt like that. It doesn't help my show, but I get it. And I respect him tremendously.
Yeah, I think it's easy to like overthink, like not overthink, but like, it's easy to say the thing that is just slightly different from what you intended it to mean or whatever, you know? So I mean, I don't know how like his particular feelings, but I know for myself, I'm like, you know, I definitely, I'm like, yeah, it's a lot of people's opinions, you know what I mean?
Right.
But then you gotta realize like whatever, people's opinions are stupid.
Well said.
Not all the time.
I just was saying, like, being part of that experience with the 3 fights on the main card, fun in the aftermath. Would you want to go through that again, or do you prefer, like, seeing Justin earlier? That was insanity. Kamaru was after you, but was that a lot to take?
It was a lot, but it was very rewarding. I will say that, just to have the outcome that we got, and even if it wasn't going to be that, it was like going to be okay. But that would be fun to do again. I just don't know. Maybe Gaethje goes after me.
Yeah.
Instead of him before me. But no, I really enjoy watching both of them fight. Actually, like Kamaru's a master at what he does too, and super clean performance. So I just yeah, it was fun, especially like doing training camp and but I think yeah, we did pretty good. So it was challenging though.
Are you watching the 15-minute fight with Justin?
Yes.
You're probably in the locker room warming up, and you're watching that? You're locked in.
I was watching it locked in. Like I was trying to still be like warming up, but then I just totally it was, yeah. I was like, I'll just get back to it after this because there's 2 fights. So that was actually really good. They switched it
oh my God.
to the first fight of the night or the pay-per-view. But yeah, having those 2 fights in between was great because that totally shifted the energy, I think, in the locker room.
Could you imagine if he was right before you having that exact same fight?
Yeah. I guess it probably would have worked out too, but I'm thinking that would have been probably tough. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of being supremely focused, like on Thursday, that press conference was bananas. And like, everyone's doing this stuff. And you're just like, it feels like there's nothing going on. It's like that picture, that meme of the dog. I don't know if I'm messing this up, like drinking the coffee when there's fire all around them. Like that, it felt like that was you. Like there's total craziness and you're just locked in. Are you able to truly block all of that out? Or is there a part of you that is aware that this is going on and you're just not letting it enter into, your psyche?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it gets tough, but yeah, just lots of practice. I think that's the biggest thing and even Weili was talking about this, and I'm sure any other fighter on this level is going to attest to this, but everything's about dealing with distractions. The more attention and the more wins you get, the more people are trying to get you or do things or just more noise is always going to be the challenge.
Are you talking to yourself during that press conference to block it out, to be distracted?
Sometimes, yeah.
Like on Thursday, were you?
Yes.
What are you saying?
Just my mantras, or my prayers.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It is fascinating stuff. I'll leave you with this. Just curious, like, what is it like for you to go to the busiest city in the world, Madison Square Garden, all that stuff, all that craziness, the press conference, it's like a crazy week, right? There's so much attention, there's so much energy, and then you go back to this quiet house, removed from everything. Like,
yeah, you hear the frying onions.
Yes.
In the background.
I can smell them.
Hopefully that wasn't a distraction the whole time. Yeah, it smells really good right now.
No, not a distraction. There's something very soothing about it, actually. And you just kind of like, you're like one of the most famous fighters in the world, beloved by all these people. And then you just go back to your kitchen table. How do you deal with that? How do you like switch it on and off? Like, is it hard those days after to go back to normal?
I will say that's probably, I think a bunch of other fights relate to this too. Maybe not every one of them, but most of them, I would say right after a fight, doing something so crazy like that, and then getting to the airport and making your way back home, and we're just like, well, we're back to normal, I guess. Like, this is weird. I mean, like, it's sort of, there's still crazy things that, you have to do, or, obviously you got to do interviews and this and that, but for the most part, you get, nice little bouquet coming to the house or things like that. But ultimately it's like, yeah, but I'm still just a regular human being, my refrigerator just broke. We got to get a new refrigerator, got to go to Home Depot, do regular people things.
Any plans to go back to Lithuania?
To Lithuania, that would be awesome. I would love to go see my grandmothers and the rest of my family. I have a nephew, right? Yeah, a brand new nephew that I haven't actually, and niece. I have a brand new niece. She was born, let's say, she's 2 now? Not yet. Oh, almost 2. That's crazy.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, obviously a lot has happened since I was back there. And I know the last time I was there, people were so crazy and excited. So to bring the belt there would be amazing too.
Oh man, I can't imagine. Rose, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for doing this. You always come on after the fights, and it really means a lot. So thank you so much. Thank you to Pat as well. Congrats to you and your family on an amazing fight, an amazing moment, another one at MSG. Not a lot of people could say they've won a couple fights at the world's most famous arena, especially ones on that level with those kinds of stakes. Yeah. So enjoy it. Well done, and I can't wait for the next one.
Thank you.
And shout out to the Earthship School as well. We hit our mark.
Oh, thank you so much for that. That is amazing. Yeah, I'll have to post about that or something later.
No worries. Yeah, that's the man right there, Pat McAfee. I put him up there. You see him above my...
Yeah,
he's the one who did it.
So cool. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah, shout out to the Earthship Academy, Haiti, and thanks Pat McAfee so much for that donation. That was amazing.
Thank you, Rose. Appreciate it. Enjoy and congrats.
Thank you.
All right, there she is. Thug Nose meets Thug Rose again, this time after the victory. A beautiful thing. Thank you so much to her. Thank you to Pat, the great Pat Barry, Hype or Die, for helping to set that up. It ain't easy, my friends, getting the fighters after the big fight on the Monday after, but I do this. I try my best. It's all them to give us the time. It's not, I can understand if they say, I don't get offended if they say no. Yo, man, I was just fighting at MSG. Don't bother me. But that's why I love this sport, because they come on, they come in studio. I'm just, I have to say after last week, very much in my feelings. I'm a very sensitive guy. Not only am I sensitive, I'm just very emotional. Okay? I'm very emotional. I've been known to cry. Tears of joy, tears of happiness, tears of sadness. I get emotional after every show. I used to tell you guys about this. I used to tell York Ric about this. Get so emotional. Why these people come on the show? They want to talk to us. It's just a beautiful thing. I love everything about it. My SpongeBob pencil has seen better days, but overall, it's a beautiful thing. Love it. Love it. And we get to do it twice a week now. Twice a week with all our friends. What a life. Ian Garry gave me this t-shirt. It's great. Love it. Is he still down there? Yeah, he's still down, taking a little nap. Foxhole guy. Foxhole Helwani is a great guy to be a part of. You want to be a part of this orbit? Foxhole Helwani is tremendous. You got Foxhole Helwani. You've got Hot Tag Helwani. I mean, you pick. Great guy. Never met him. Great guy. Now, we still have one more thing to do on today's program. Appreciate everyone who's been tuning in. Appreciate everyone for sending us all this love and support. What a great day it has been. Oh, Alex Weber, who's turned into a legend in his own right. Yes, this is, he just sent me a picture of the meme with Rose's face on. What is that? I bet New York Ric knows what it is. You know the one of the dog drinking and there's fire all around. This is fine. That's what I felt. Rose was like, yeah, this is fine. Like, what is it? Where's that from? Where's that dog from? I don't know. Is it from Titanic?
Probably, actually, yeah.
That's what I felt. I mean, I don't know. I was legit embarrassed watching that. Not just, I mean, I was embarrassed for the fighters. The fighters deserve better than that. The fighters legitimately deserve better than what they got at that press conference. And that's not a press conference. Don't call that a press conference. Call that entertainment. Call that, I don't know, Jerry Springer show. Call that a conference. Don't call that a press conference. Because the vast majority of the best journalists in this game, A, weren't there. Those questions are not real press questions. And I'm not trying to throw shade. And I bet you someone's going to be like, that's because you weren't there. That's because you're not allowed in the building. First of all, I am. My decision. Second of all, you'd probably get better questions from the fans, if I'm being honest. I would assure you you'd probably get more respectful questions from the fans. I don't know why they encourage this. I really don't. And that to me is the most shocking part about it. There was once a time where you had the fans there, but you also got some, somewhat legitimate, somewhat thought-provoking, somewhat serious questions. And again, I saw this other dude say like, oh, coming from the same guy who does the Thug Nose shirt. First of all, charity. Second of all, you see me acting like that at press conferences? No. Time and a place. You got people showing up trying to put themselves over in front of the baddest men and women on the planet, trying to put themselves over, trying to get clipped off by this Instagram page or that Instagram page, trying to get on camera. That's not the way this should be. I'm sorry, but it's not. You could say whatever you want. And I got a piece of paper from the Syracuse University. If there's one thing that I feel like I'm qualified to talk about, all you MFers want to talk about this or that. But if there's one thing I feel like I'm qualified to talk about, it's that. Press conferences, media. It's the only thing I know on this planet. It's the only thing I actually feel like I'm somewhat getting to be somewhat well-versed in. Somewhat. Still not even there. I suck at finances. I suck at, landscaping. I suck at engineering. I suck at technology. I suck at everything else. But if there's one thing I feel like I know about, it's that. Those press conferences are embarrassing. They deserve better. The post-fight ones are great. You see the difference. The real media shows up to that. Those ones are fine. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And there's a lot of great young people coming up. But that stuff where you got the dudes trying to put themselves over, trying to get themselves over, off the fighters, off the streams, it's embarrassing. The sport needs to evolve for the better, not for the worse. And it feels like in those moments, and maybe I'm trying to be too dramatic about this, but in those moments, it feels like we're regressing. Come on, guys. There's better ways to get noticed. There's better ways to get yourself over. And there are more appropriate ways to get yourself over. I don't even know how I got on this tangent, but I was appalled by that. Appalled. And I get it, there's crowd there, and I get there's people there, and I get it's all hyped, and I get it's New York, and the energy is fantastic. I get it. And just to clear it up, I'm able to go. It's just, the jobs that I have, not to get too inside baseball, didn't require it. And so I'm happy. Everything's good. I've had my time doing it, and I will go back to doing it. But right now, it's not required. And I feel like I'm in a good place. I'm very happy. Get to do the shows twice a week, get to talk to the athletes. I mean, I'd much prefer this than, some of the other stuff that I was doing. So we're Gucci. We are Gucci. All right. I have said too much. I have talked too much. What happened here? We got a message here from York Ric. Oh, see, I knew it. Oh, actually, okay, it's New York Ric, but you see, that's a good journalist right there. He's giving proper credit. He's giving, and by the way, we're working, I'm told, Srinivas told me, we're working on soon having the ability to talk to anyone in the control room. Doesn't matter where they're sitting, right, Frankie? That's what I heard.
You heard correctly.
How long?
I think about a week.
In a week, this is going to happen?
Yes.
Wow. Wait, the way you said yes there makes me think that you're not.
Because it's not really my place to confirm
Okay,
that,
sorry.
But we've made it happen.
By the way,
saying it.
The reason why I want this is because you're my only liaison to that room right now. Some way, somehow, you're the only connection I have. You understand?
Loud and clear.
Per New York Ric, via Jose Youngs, This Is Fine Dog is from the comic Gun Show number 648 by Casey Green. How the hell he knows that? I don't know, but that's a tremendous pull on his part. There you go. This is the type of insight that you get here.
It's a scene in Titanic.
Get out of town. A message here from Casey, who always has hot takes. Wait, Casey wrote me something and now he deleted it. What the hell, Casey? What are you, Dylan Dennis? You delete messages? Come on. And yes, I saw the Dylan thing. Listen, I just have to say this before we move on. I know I'm going a little long here, but what the hell, YOLO? I told Dylan, stop it, man. This is the wrong kind of persona, the wrong kind of heat. It's not funny anymore. It's not fun anymore. It's probably consuming your soul. Stop it. All of it. And it's going to get worse. Apparently something happened, an incident happened. I mean, you bring it upon yourself. It's not funny. It's annoying. I've said all this to him privately. Trust me. I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth. It is annoying. It is tiring. Stop it. The troll thing is not funny anymore. If you fight and you act like a troll, all right, fine. I think the fans will be somewhat okay with it. They'll tolerate it. If you don't, and you act like a troll, and you just are incessant about it, incessant, over and over and over and over and over again, it's exhausting. And it's not fun. There's nothing entertaining about it. There's nothing that makes us want to fight, makes us want to watch you fight. It is X-Pac heat at its finest. Stop it. Okay, here's Casey again. Can you try not to mess with my flow? I mean, it was there. Don't take back the comment. He wrote, I don't think fighters should know how many rounds there are or how much time is left in the round. If a fighter knows a fight is 5 rounds, they will conserve energy and not go for the finish. Same with time in a round. I don't want to see a fighter cruise the last 30 seconds. Well, I mean, they do know. There's clocks all around the cage. There's also the clapper with 10 seconds, but they can actually look. I mean, they now have the DraftKings thing. Shout out to DraftKings all around the cage. So they know. I just feel like with so much at stake, with so much going on, you deserve that. At the very minimum, with the show win bonus and all that stuff, you deserve to know where you stand. That's all I'm going to say. You deserve it. Now, if the fighters themselves are saying they don't want it, then who the hell am I to say? It just seems to me, I'll just say as a viewer, I'd love it. And I feel like most fighters would say, I want to know. If I'm down 3-1, I got to go for broke. If I'm up 3-1, all right, cool. Now, how much can they really coast? Honestly, they're in a cage fight. Especially at the Apex, in a cage fight. Open scoring joke. I don't get it. Wait. Casey might have been actually trolling me. He might actually agree with me. I don't know. Without further ado, a quick word from our good friends over at... Ooh. What is this?
At... Who's the quick word?
DraftKings.
Thank you.
Yeah, but what is this? Some heavy metal?
It's a soundtrack from Titanic.
This is?
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second. You don't have that kind of license. Okay, is this one where we need the clean in and the clean out?
Please.
Okay, wait, let me just get a drink of water here real quick. DraftKings. Okay. Did you see my appearance on the Pat McAfee show on Friday, Frank?
I didn't.
Oh. It was one of my all-time great appearances. I had my mask on. We were cracking jokes left and right. Some people said it was career-defining. Not me. Other people. Pat McAfee, former football player. And so that leads me to say, football fans, who's ready to score some free bets? Now you can when you bet on any NFL game this week with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers who bet just $1 on either team to score can win $100 in free bets. When a team scores, you score. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, DraftKings won't leave you empty-handed. DraftKings is giving all new customers a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes with their first deposit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use the code THEMMA Hour. Bet $1 on either team to score and $100 in free bets. And you win $100 in free bets. Wow, that's unbelievable. Now I just messed it up. But maybe we could go and win $100 in free bets. That's code the MMA Hour this week at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey, Indiana, or PA only. New customers only. Minimum $5 deposit required and $1 wager required. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yeah. Did I screw that up, or could you make the edit?
I'll take it.
You'll take it?
Yeah.
But will you go back? Like, will you cut that part out?
I will make it as beautiful as your appearance on the McAfee show on Friday.
Without further ado, let's check in with our guy, GC. There he is, GC. Sad, but the stash still going strong.
Oh,
still feeling good.
I updated it last night.
What does that mean?
Cleaned up.
Oh, you
cleaned
it,
up.
Yeah.
It grows fast. Of it.
It does. It does. It also gets more pronounced, right?
Yeah, as you can see, here comes the audio guy, Frank, adjusting.
Oh my gosh.
Everything's good.
It's amazing that he's just able to control the whole control room from that little spot in the corner.
I just want to point out that Rick didn't need any help with that.
Oh.
He just naturally went to the mic. I was like, damn, I got to turn him down.
A lot of people in the comments were like, where's GC? They were worried when Rick opened the show.
Yeah, I think they think I might have gotten fired.
Yeah.
After another losing week, 2 of the last 3 weeks, it's
happened?
Looking bleak, I mean,
ever since Eric joined the team, it feels like
he's in my head. He's in my psyche, man. He's messing with everything.
This is weird.
So yeah, now we got our backs against the walls. We can't go 3 or 4 weeks. We can't go back to back losing weeks. We can't do that. But
so how'd we do?
We didn't do terrible. We didn't do terrible. I can break it all down. We ended up losing 0.7 units.
Okay.
So like it's the actual damage really isn't that bad. But you know, like our man Cheeto said earlier, when I lose, I'm a loser. I understand it. We just got to get better from there.
Well said.
So you know that's what we're gonna try to do. If we're anything here, we are transparent. We're not gonna lie to the people about these picks. We can start with Bellator real quick. A little Friday afternoon belly over in Dublin. Yeah, I mean this card was kind of a mess. We lost a lot of fights on it the day of. We lose the Kelly fight to a concussion, but nonetheless, we still cashed this one at plus 129. Nice little unit going into the weekend. You know, the fight props treated me well in this one. The Sarakhan Milner one, had that one to not go the distance. It lasted 14 seconds. So that was pretty nice. So yeah, Bellator went pretty well. Bellator usually does treat me pretty well, but then we move on to UFC.
Wait, first, can I just say something about Bellator? I mean, how great was that crowd?
Oh my gosh, the Quealy walkout.
The Quealy walkout, I must have watched it, I don't know, at this point, 25 times. And shout out to the voice of the Celtics, Sean Grandy, who does some occasional Bellator shows when Mauro Ranallo isn't available. He was doing the Canelo fight, of course, on Saturday in Las Vegas. The way he set that up with the backstory about Zombie by the Cranberries, I mean, I didn't even know all of that. I knew that it was a big song for the Irish people, but the backstory and then times it with the walkout and the vocals. Oh, God. I think as of right now, I have to rack my brain. That might be my walkout of the year. We'll give the awards out in early January, but it was just, and then the people singing and the dancing and all that. If one of those two guys, James Gallagher or Peter Quealy, would have won,
they would have lost.
They would have freaking lost. It would have been Conor Brandao-esque, as crazy as that sounds, because I feel like they were just waiting for something to cheer about, right? Because of the past 2 years, because that was the first big show back. Oh my God,
I didn't know about the whole song thing either, and I was with your boy TST at the time, and he sung along every word to it. He was.
I mean, he definitely didn't know about the song, right?
No, he knew about it.
He did? Really?
Yeah,
the backstory?
I don't know about the backstory, but he knew the song.
He just knew the song. Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was saying, as we're going on, I was like, if Gallagher can get a submission on Patchy Mix, this place is going to absolutely lose it. Like, they were going crazy. So, yeah, the crowd was there for Bellator. It was a fantastic atmosphere there.
Yeah. They're upping the production, the walkouts, the way they shot them with the 4K or whatever that was. Whatever that camera is, I don't know, Yeah,
4K, 8K, whatever it is. It started with the football.
Yes.
We're getting it now in the UFC as they're like coming off. You get to see the fighters after the fight, all smiles and everything with the 8K. It looks good, man.
I love it. All right, then we get to Saturday.
We're going into the UFC 268. We're hyped up. We're amped up. I mean, it's excitement. I got a bunch of friends in town for the weekend. We're gonna have a watch party. It's gonna be a great time. I'm going over all my bets and everything, and I'm kind of starting to realize I'm a little bit overexposed on the Vergara Osborne fight. Fight does not go the distance. I start doing the math. I'm starting to realize I really need it to not go the distance. All my friends are with me. They took the bets too.
All your bets?
They took them all. They
That's
rode
too much pressure, man.
It's a nice pressure to have, though.
But are they the type of friends that are going to blame you if you lose, or are they going to be supportive, be like, man,
They're supportive. They're supportive, which I like, So, but all day I'm hyping it up. I'm like, we need this. We're going to decide the tone of the evening with this very first fight. We're hoping for violence. We hope it doesn't go the distance. Obviously, it goes the distance. So that was not great. The energy's kind of zapped out of the room. We had pizza, we had drinks. My girlfriend made brownies. At this point now, it's just a pity party. No one's saying anything. They're not saying anything.
We didn't bring the brownies here.
Wow. We finished the brownies. It was sulk eating at that point.
You brought brownies to the control room and didn't offer me?
This is unbelievable here. How
they're just sitting on the shelf with all the other gifts. Yeah.
This is the party on Saturday night. We've got food, we got beverages. All right. It's high energy, and then we lose the first bet of the night. The energy gets zapped.
God, I can't even imagine what that energy was like.
None of them are saying anything, but I know they're all thinking it because I'm getting chirped on Twitter. I'm getting cooked out here.
Do you get cooked?
Not that bad.
Okay.
Not that bad. Most people are supportive, but there are the guys like, dude, you suck. We lose the first bet. You're a joke. TST sent me some green room comments. Everyone's like, GC's the worst. He's a joke. But, that's water off the back, But, so the energy's zapped, but we got to fight back. We got to move forward. we hit a parlay after that. As you can see with the singles, we get the Ian Garry inside the distance. That was probably the highlight of the night for us, other than the main fights. When he gets the knockout with 1 second to go. I mean everybody goes absolutely insane. You know, the Pahea comes out in the second round, gets the knockout there. I mean, that was incredible. There were some good highlights for the night. Rose, fantastic fight.
You think she won?
I do think she won. I think those last 2 rounds, I think she just came out so strong. I think that takedown in the 5th was just so massive.
49-46 though. I really thought that she lost when they said that.
Especially a lot of people saying 30-27 after the first 3. Even our boy Jedi Goodman had it 30-27
for Zhang.
Yeah, for Zhang.
Really?
I saw the tweet out there.
Wait, was Jedi on the broadcast?
Oh yeah, he got the tweets up there,
man. He changed.
Wow.
He changed. He got on the broadcast. Ever since he got on the
so
broadcast.
Big, the UFC selects him.
I know. It's whack. I thought that they wouldn't because of the affiliation with me, because some people say that I am actually Jedi Goodman. I am not. But could you imagine? Hey, what a troll job that would be, right? If I was
the entire time you're no-looking the computer and doing all these tweets, making the cuts.
Well, I could have a crew do it for me, but it's my account. Imagine. You know what I'm saying? Imagine. So not only am I getting walkouts, I'm getting tweets. I'm making them think.
All right, well,
I don't
that's
want
my
to
next
say that.
goal. I'm going to put it to the test. I'm just going to start live tweeting every UFC event, see if I can ever get on that logo.
You know what? That would be pretty damn cool.
I mean, yeah, it would be pretty.
Do you think
cool.
you think you're eligible, or?
I don't know. I don't know what makes eligible. I just have to hashtag everything the UFC or whatever.
More importantly than that, my goal is to get you on game night as like an analyst. Like imagine they call you and be like, "We got Connor Burks now."
You do that, I can retire.
Oh,
I mean, at that point,
phone call.
It's
Justin Craig. Hook my boy up.
I mean, I could call the producer of game night and be like, "Listen, you guys want to have me?"
He was probably at your house on Saturday.
A lot of former.
Okay, gotcha.
A lot of former game night producers were at my house.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of frustrating though. You know, we miss on 4 fights. If any of them go our way, we profit for the weekend. We'll pull up the parlays here. You'll see the overexposure here on the Vergara. It kills.
Overexposure is an interesting term. What does that mean?
It's just like the more I thought about it, I was just like, wow, if this doesn't hit, I'm kind of setting myself up for failure here. You know, you see a lot of red with that. I was missing on the props. I felt so good about these props for fight goes the distance or fight doesn't go the distance. I mean, we just kind of got unlucky. I mean, I would have taken these bets all over again, but you know, there's just really nothing you can do about it when you get unlucky.
Bobby Green one was a tough one.
I mean, the Bobby Green, that's his first finish since 2013, 15 straight fights without a finish. Iaquinta, first time he's ever been KO'd in a 14-year MMA career.
How about the fact that it was 8 years to the day of Bobby Green's last finish? Did you see that? To the day.
The writing was on the wall. If you took Bobby Green by knockout in the first round, it would have cashed at 24-1 plus 2,400. All right. That fight to start round 2 was minus 1,600. So Vegas was more confident that fight would start round 2 than they were that Valentina Shevchenko would beat Lauren Murphy. That fight closed at minus 1,375.
Oh.
Yeah, so that one, like, that was tough to swallow, that it didn't even get to the second round. I mean, it was like, within the first, like, minute, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know if Iaquinta is going to survive this. Like, it just did not look good.
It was tough.
So I would have never in a million years guessed I would have gone 0 for 3 on those. I mean, Chandler, Gaethje almost got the finish as well. If you had parlayed those 3, if you had done Green Iaquinta does not go the distance, Chandler Gaethje does go the distance, and Vergara Osborne does go the distance, it would have paid out at plus 2748. So yeah, we got really unlucky with those 3 missing, but that's just kind of the game. There's really not much I can do about it. You know, sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce your way.
No, that's very well put.
But the good news is we can kind of get back on the horse this weekend, and the damage wasn't that bad. If we show the final recap here, you know, we go 3-3 on singles. With the Bellator parlay, we go 2-4, and we lose 0.7 units on the weekend.
All right.
So we're kind of just been rolling stagnant these last 3 weeks. You know, it's gonna happen. We're not gonna be able to have the great weeks every week, but you know.
I tell you what can change your fortunes in a second. A little action on Sinead Kavanaugh plus 950 against the minus 2,000 Chris Cyborg.
You think so? You think that's the one that's going to hit?
I mean,
this Bellator card is, I've already been looking into it. Yeah. It's set up for the favorites.
Oh, yeah. This is a classic belt. I mean, Aaron Pico minus 350. Who else is on there? Valerie Loretta minus 400.
Yeah, I mean, Valerie Loretta, they're just setting her for a win. I think she's fighting someone that's 4-7. I mean, of the favorites, I was looking at like a 7-leg favorites parlay in Bellator, and I think it pays like plus 137. It's like, they make it difficult for this upcoming card.
Max Holloway, big time favorite as of right now. Wow.
Huge. He opened at like minus 330, and he's just been plummeting.
Minus 650, I see here, according to DraftKings, plus 460 for Yair Rodriguez.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, it's Yair's got the layoff. Like,
I mean, the layoff is something. I do think that there's a bit of a gap there, but wow, no respect for Yair whatsoever.
None, man.
It has been a long time. I mean, 2 years, a long time.
And it's Max Holloway.
Max Holloway.
I mean, he's, like he said,
he's on point.
He's the best boxer.
He's the best boxer
in the division.
I feel like he was trying to tell me something there, but he didn't really want to say it. I don't know who he was talking about, quote unquote. I don't know if he was talking about Conor, if he was talking about someone in the actual boxing world. But yeah, that is a massive, massive line. Minus 650 for Holloway. Whoa.
Yeah, but I mean, most of the lines on the rest of the card are pretty close. There's definitely going to be a couple.
How crazy is this? Max Holloway was opened as a minus 135 against Calvin Kattar, the man who it was like a huge. I mean, that was quite the one-sided beatdown. Minus 135. Yeah, you're right. He opened as a minus 375 against Yair. Opened as a minus 135 against Calvin. Opened as a plus 165 against minus 190. Against Volkanovski, minus 190. Against Frankie Edgar, he was a minus 350. I mean, this might be the biggest favorite he's ever been.
Yeah.
Or at least.
I mean, I'm sure you're looking at the best fight odds.
Oh, yeah, the
Max
best.
Holloway page.
Yes, of course.
I mean,
what do you
shout
think?
out to them. I mean, you can go back on events. You can.
Oh, it's the best.
Everything.
Yeah, I should have been able to do this. Sorry. What do you think? I knew that off the top of my head?
No, I can envision the exact screen you're looking at. I know which one because you're going through all his past fights.
It's amazing. And by the way, worth noting that our little factoid about the immediate rematches.
Oh man, it paid off nicely,
right?
That is.
I can't believe she was the dog. Not even because of that, because I don't think that you could compare a fight that happened in 2010 to a fight that's happening in 2021. I do think there's something to be said about the confidence and the getting back on the horse right away. Blah blah blah. But for her to be the underdog going into that fight is kind of mind-blowing to me.
Yes, I agree. It was one that, because I took it at even money, and I saw it get as high as plus 110 at one point. And like normally when the line doesn't move in your favor, it doesn't necessarily bring confidence to you. But this is one where I was just like, I just feel good about this. And when we lost that early one, a couple people were like, what are we chasing with? What are we chasing with? I don't chase, but if I was going to do anything, I probably would have doubled down on Rose. It wasn't fight analysis, but like just the historical perspective.
Yeah.
Another good one I saw a couple of people on this was she got the first round knockout and then people taking it to go the distance because the same thing happened with Joanna. And sure enough, it went the distance.
Wow, that is interesting. I hope she gets to fight Carla. She lost her in 2014. I think the build would be fun. I mean, Carla's not a crap talker or anything, but we want to see how far Rose has come, and the story of the first ever strawweight champion getting another chance to be champion, I think is pretty damn cool. She's done things the right way.
So that'd be 5 rematches in a 16-fight career, 15-fight career. 16.
For Rose.
Yeah, for Rose.
Yeah, that is wild.
And if she beats her, she would be 5-0 in the rematch.
Wow.
She's good in those second fights, man.
Yeah. Good for her. All right. So we'll check in on Wednesday. Hopefully this card we get a couple more lucky bounces.
A little Bellator action.
Oh, we're gonna have Bellator action. Probably a nasty parlay that does not pay out much.
Nothing. Just for the sake of doing it.
The favorites are just gigantic in this one.
All right.
We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Yes, sir. There he is, Mr. GC himself. Thank you very much to DraftKings for the lines and support. By the way, wanted to just quickly note something regarding Kamaru Usman. I have a lot of respect for Kamaru Usman. He has been through a lot. He has come from, a place that doesn't produce fighters like him, that doesn't produce athletes like him. I mean, his story is unbelievable. And like I said, I think ESPN has done a great job of telling his story. That's no cap right there. That is legit. And I loved what he had to say after the fight. I loved what he had to say about, I get why. Let me be very clear. Get that money, man. Get that money. Capitalize on this run. Capitalize on the role that you're in. Capitalize on what you're doing, your success as of late. So I get why he's talking about Canelo, because Canelo made $40 million before the pay-per-view buys on Saturday. So I get it. I really do. But he had this quote at the post-fight press conference where he's talking about prioritizing his family. And he said, quote, "My daughter is 7 years old. She don't give a shit if daddy has 20 million stacked up. When she's 18, what she's going to say is, where were you when I was a youngster?" And I get that. And honestly, that's like when he said that, it hit me right in the heart because that's a lot of what I'm feeling right now. And of course, I'm not going away for an 8-week camp, a 10-week camp, or anything like that. But I hate missing soccer. You know, you just reach a point as a parent where you don't want to miss things anymore. You don't want to miss moments. You don't want to miss school drop-off. You don't want to miss Saturday afternoon. You don't want to miss Sunday. You don't want to miss Sunday morning. You don't want to miss Friday night. And so I get that. And so I think he's a great representative for the UFC. I think he has really come a long way. And this isn't me trying to, kiss his butt to get an interview. He doesn't want to talk to me for the rest of his life. God bless. That won't change how I feel about him because I know deep down this is not on him. But I think it's amazing to see how far he's come. Who would have thought when he first got into the UFC that he would be now one win away from tying Anderson Silva's record? I honestly don't even feel like we're making enough of this. The guy's 15-0 in the UFC. 15-0. In fact, let's put his record up there with Khabib's. We talk about Khabib, like Dana's right about this. Now, he's not right about the fact that he's better than GSP right now for greatest welterweight champion of all time because to me, you have to defend the title. It's one thing to win those prelim fights, but like you compare the resume, take away the title defenses. There's a case to be made. There is. You know how hard it is for me to say that, but it's true. There's a case to be made. And we're starting to approach that period. Pound for pound, he's that guy right now. I don't think there's any debate. But we are starting to approach that period now where he needs to start to be talked about among the best. Why not? And this isn't me being a victim of the moment. It really isn't. But compare his resume. Compare the guys that he has beaten. I'm doing this on the fly. I don't have like an actual breakdown. But I would put, especially towards the end of Anderson's career, when he was fighting some of those guys, and yes, he moved up, and there's something to be said for that. Colby Covington is a fantastic fighter, and I also agree with Dana when he says Colby Covington, if not for Kamaru Usman, is a champion by now, right? He's that good. But Colby, Jorge Masvidal, Gilbert Burns, Jorge Masvidal, Colby Covington, Tyron Woodley, when he was champ, right? RDA, former 155 champ. At 170, Damian Maia, Emil Meck, Sergio Moraes, Sean Strickland. Who remembers that? Sean Strickland at 170. Warley Alves. Alexander Yakovlev. Some guy named Leon Edwards. Hyder Hassan. That was his debut, the Ultimate Fighter finale. Marcus Hicks. Remember him? Lenny Lovato, Steven Rodriguez, Rashid Abdullah, Jose Caceres. David Glover. That was his debut. He lost his second fight in 2013 to Jose Caceres. Rear naked choke, first round. He has not lost since. If his record right now was 21-0, are we talking about him a little differently? Maybe. Stupid. But I would put that resume up there with Khabib's. I would. I really would. And yet, for some reason, because Khabib is 27-0, we say, he's the man, he's this, that. And he is. He's top 5, one of the greatest of all time. But my point is, not trying to put him down, like Khabib's record in the UFC, Kamal Shalarus, Gleison Tebow, Thiago Tavares, Abel Trujillo, Pat Healy, RDA, Darryl Horcher, Michael Johnson, Edson Barbosa, Ali Quinta, Conor McGregor, Dustin Poirier, Justin Gaethje. He's now surpassed him, right? 15-0 versus 13-0. We need to start talking about this man among the very best to ever fight inside the octagon. And that's why I just want to see him keep on going. The Leon rematch, if Leon beats Masvidal, would be great. The Khamzat fight at some point, maybe next year, would be great. The Vicente Luque fight would be great. There are options there. Colby's campaigning for Jorge Masvidal. I say win or lose on December 11th. I mean, it's literally next month. Do that fight. If Masvidal loses, you do the fight. If he wins, you do that fight. It's right there. That should be Colby's next fight. No doubt about it. No question in my mind. But Kamaru Usman, man, It's going to be interesting. If Leon wins, easy fight to make. If he doesn't, then it's going to get really interesting. My point is, much respect to him. He's the pound-for-pound king, but we need to start talking about this man. And I'll admit, I didn't see it coming. When he was Black Zillion's Ultimate Fighter, I did not see it coming. But man, all respect in the world for Kamaru Usman, what he's done. And I don't think he gets enough respect, if I'm being honest. But it's coming. He's still, that's the thing that I was talking about with York Ric. He's still young. He's still in his prime. He's still doing great things. How old is he here? 34. He's got time. He's got time. All right. On that note, we're out of time. Thank you very much. What a great day. It's been awesome. Frankie, you can hit my music. Speaking of great champions from Africa, what about that scene? You guys see that scene of Francis Ngannou walking by Cyril Gane and Fernan Lopez? By the way, Fernan Lopez doesn't get the respect that he deserves as coach as well. Imavov looked great. Shame what's become of Edmund Shabazian, but he's still so young. He can still be a great fighter. There's no doubt about that. That's the beauty of this sport. You can lose a few. You get back on the horse. You can be a champ. I mean, just ask Charles Oliveira, the next man up to headline a pay-per-view. But that's the dude who shot that with Ngannou walking by Cyril Gane and then going back to Gane and Fernan Lopez and Imavov. I mean, I don't think it was planned. I just think whoever shot that had the presence of mind to follow Francis, then get them, follow Francis back to them. That was Emmy award-winning stuff. Tremendous. What a sport. What other sport you get this kind of drama? Love it. Anyway, I am out of time. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in today. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you very much to DraftKings. Thank you very much to all our guests. Congratulations, Chris Barnett. Huggy Bear. Love that guy. I'd love to give him a big old hug, and I bet you he would hug me, unlike other people. Thank you very much to Ian Garry. Congrats to him. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you so much to Marlon Vera. Thank you for stopping by as well. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you very much, and good luck to Max Holloway, and congrats to Rose Namajunas. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.